That's fine, Mr. Mbulane. I will ask the team to play a filler for 3 minutes so that we can get the Deputy Chair ready.
Thank you.
There's a hand
Appreciate it.
from Dembe B. Good morning.
Yes, morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members. It's Bongani from KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. I just wanted to make you aware, Chairperson, that our Speaker, Honorable N. Boyce, is trying to connect now. She will join shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Noted. Sabulelo, do you know if Deputy Speaker is on the platform and the Minister in the Presidency?
Masondo. Honorable Ambi Masondo. Utsama Ileano. Honorable Dodovu.
Honorable Mabe Premier.
Okay, Honorable Masondo.
Ramobat, Latamotola is a hell, Usawaga. Rebizri, what I learned, Negatamotrix, a cabil.
When they say,
Markio de Momosmo.
Yeah, I keep thinking as a boy.
I'm sure on the problem, I speak.
Ntate Masondo.
Premier.
Remokate ware.
Ritsugile.
Ritsugile Godfrey man. Okay, Ntate Masondo.
A ke le gona le bothata ba bo load shedding. Ke tla ba checka gore go etsagalang ne.
A se ka dira yalo, o dira gore batho ba bue ka rona ba re le di BBT. Mora joina.
O ile go founela.
Ya tse ke bua le yana mo.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because gona le tabanyana ya public works. O ile a bua le yana ka
A so buile le nna ka yona. Yeah. Masondo godile mona o no mo gopotsa.
Good morning once again. One more chance to check if the speakers are on the platform. If you are on the platform, please switch on your video. Dr. Mbava, if you could also switch on your video so I can check if you are properly framed. Okay, Honorable Busi, you are okay. Thank you so much. You are fine. Honorable Cluster, you are fine. Thank you so much. Honorable Danchi, if you can change your phone and have it on landscape instead of a portrait, so we can have your yes that way. But now you are sideways. You just need to make sure that you don't have auto rotate on your screen. Just switch off auto rotate on your phone so that when you rotate it, it doesn't show you on the on through sideways. So if you can just do it for me, at the moment we can see you sideways. You just need to switch off auto rotate.
Will you please check me?
Honorable Boyce, you have, there's too much space above your head. If you can just maybe.
Please check.
Honorable Speaker, the light is fine. I just need you to include more of your shoulders on the shot so that we can see. Yeah. Honorable Boyce, that's perfect. Keep it there. That's fine.
You happy with it? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you are frozen at the moment. You seem to be having a network challenge.
My show.
I can't see you because you are frozen. Let's just wait until we get a better network. Oh, that's much better. You are fine. You are fine, Honorable Speaker. I just need you maybe to move a little bit to your left so that you've got more space, looking room.
Am I frozen?
Yeah, you keep on freezing. Your network is a little bit.
Are you a little bit too?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure now because you are frozen, but at the moment.
Can you see me now? Am I
can
okay?
see, I can see your picture, but it's a frozen one. But it's fine as it is now. If you keep it as this frozen,
Is that okay?
then that will be fine. Yes, ma'am, it's fine. Thank you.
Madam.
Hi, sir.
Mr. Fora, can you please kindly assist MEC Sikwati as well as MEC Brown?
If the honorable MECs can switch on their videos so I can assist urgently. Honorable Brown, good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Brown is fine. Thank you. You are okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Madhu, have you assisted Honorable Khadebe?
I have not seen Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Khadebe, good morning. Can you please switch on your video so we can assist you? Good morning, Honorable Khadebe.
difficult to maintain the video and other things because of the challenges that I've been experiencing. So I would love to start this event, something that has been in the making, that we have been planning for some time. It's just that things doesn't always go the way you would love it to go. And that is why we are starting a little bit late. And I want in particular to apologize to our guest speakers, but also to our Speaker of the National Assembly, as well as to the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Let me begin to acknowledge all the protocol, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker, Speakers of Provincial Legislatures, if Premiers, if present, Statistician General, MECs, Chairperson of the FFC, other distinguished guests. Allow me to welcome you to this three-sphere planning session, which is meant to assist Parliament and the legislative sector broadly to strategically align its oversight trajectory between now and the end of the sixth Parliament to the clearly delineated policy priorities as contained in the electoral mandate, the medium-term strategic framework, and the National Development Plan, including other key development policy documents anchoring the work that we do. This session is taking place at a time when KZN is dealing, as well as Eastern Cape is dealing with devastating floods, which wreak havoc in the provinces. There is a death toll recorded, and the trail of destruction that have been left by the floods serve as a stark reminder that climate change is no longer coming. It is definitely here. This reminds us to prioritize the Disaster Risk Management, South Africa's Disaster Management Act, and the National Disaster Management Framework, which guides the implementation of this act. These instruments emphasize the importance of the integration and coordination of risk reduction across all spheres of government. They promote the incorporation of disaster risk reduction into development initiatives and position the disaster risk reduction as a statutory responsibility for all government departments. However, research and practice indicates that this is yet to happen. This is illustrated by how we react each time we are faced with disasters. It is therefore imperative that we need to strengthen our three-sphere planning, coordination, and oversight processes and mechanisms. This must in turn also assist us to reshape and crystallize our oversight focus as we focus on targeted policy priorities as guided by the developmental needs emanating from the developmental landscape of our provinces, our metros, our districts, and our localities. The South African Constitution states that the three spheres of government are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. Provincial and local government are spheres of government in their own right and are not functional or administrative implementing arms of national or provincial government. Although the three spheres of government are autonomous, they exist in a unitary South Africa, and we have to work together on decision-making and must coordinate budgets, policies, and activities, particularly for those functions that cut across the spheres. A relationship of interdependent interaction between the three spheres of government and institutions, as well as civil society, is, without a doubt, necessary as a test to our commitment to the provision of services. Joint integrated planning will ensure that all three spheres of government work jointly and plan and act in unison and solve silos, duplication, and fragmentation. Joint integrated planning will enhance powers and functions of our institutions, which include the ability to work in a cooperative way so that there is greater cohesion and positive impact. It will also enhance individual accountability amongst the spheres in effective and efficient ways in order to accelerate service delivery. Harnessing institutional development is a process and not an event. Firstly, it will require the strategic orientation of the state to be premised on people-centered, and people-driven change, and sustained development based on socio-economic inclusion. The state should have the capacity to lead in the definition of a common national agenda and in mobilizing all of society to take part in its implementation. We will have to need to monitor and evaluate progress towards the implementation of shared objectives. Since additional funding seems virtually impossible for different spheres of government, it means clear prioritization would assist in ensuring more effective use of resources, and that would only be possible by strengthening our three-sphere planning, coordination, and oversight. Planning comprises a number of functional areas administered by different spheres of government, where different spheres of government have responsibility for different functional areas relating to planning. The potential for overlap, conflict, and confusion is significant. A question that arises is what can be done to alleviate such confusion and conflict and accelerate service delivery? The Constitution, in terms of Section 41(2), requires that an Act of Parliament establish or provide for structures and institutions to promote and facilitate intergovernmental relations and provide for appropriate mechanisms and procedures for the resolution of intergovernmental disputes. The Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act was developed in response to this requirement. Various structures have since been created to promote and maintain sound intergovernmental relations. Today, as Parliament, through our sectoral work, we are here to strengthen intergovernmental relations by holding this planning session. The Sectoral Parliament Program is one of Parliament's key and strategic public participation mechanisms through which Parliament facilitates strategic engagement with key stakeholders across all sectors of society, including the three spheres of government. Given the multifaceted nature of sectoral issues, which cut across various developmental spaces and is exacerbated by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, it is crucial that we master the art of three-sphere planning process. As we move in unison to strengthen our planning and coordination processes across the three spheres, we must remain cognizant of the urgency to implement with utmost speed, the urgency to be responsive to the needs of our people, and the urgency to deepen the impact of our work. We must also remain cognizant that every province has its own unique development challenges, which must remain at the center of response plans, budgeting agendas, implementation processes, as well as oversight agendas. As guided by the poverty mapping perspective that will be provided by the Statistician General and the guidance that will be provided by the chairperson of the FFC towards maximizing intergovernmental and fiscal relation processes which are targeted towards the poorest areas in the country. We should therefore align oversight strategically while activating targeted tracking mechanisms to facilitate the implementation of plans that are adequately responsive to the needs of our people. Importantly, we must be able to crystallize let me just get the key deliverables that must be recorded before the end of the sixth dispensation, particularly in line with the country's overarching development priorities. As we continue to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, we must further be able to put measures and markers in place to enable an accelerated move towards implementing our developmental priorities in the sixth dispensation. I hope this session will strengthen our collective resolve to accelerate policy implementation across provinces, districts, and localities. I wish to emphasize that policy implementation is one of the most critical development enabling mechanisms for the sixth dispensation. We will be collectively assessed at the end of this term for how well we worked I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. For how well we work cooperatively across the three spheres to eradicate the legacy of apartheid, and our impact measured based on how we swiftly have implemented key development priorities. As we are emerging from a very blessed Easter weekend, in spite of all the challenges that we are experiencing, let me with this few words welcome all of you to this three-sphere planning session, in which we are trying to make sure that we as Parliament, together with the legislative sector, are in a position that we will be able to, through our elective and coordinated approach to planning and as well implementation, and as well as our oversight responsibility, will be able to make sure that we are in a position to achieve what we want to achieve, and able to make sure that our people, we respond to their needs, and that we are able to lead them into a dispensation where we will be able to address the three main challenges that they are experiencing, or that we as a country are experiencing. With this said, I want to welcome all of you here, and I once more want to emphasize the fact that unfortunately, through circumstances beyond our control, we are where we are today. Since we have received an apology from the Deputy Speaker, we will immediately request Honorable Madam Speaker to continue with the program for us by addressing. Unfortunately, my phone is eating up now. To addressing towards high impact deliverables in policy implementation. Over to you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Am I audible, madam?
You are audible, Deputy Chair.
The speaker has got problems. She will try to connect through her phone now. Ne? Hello?
Yes, Deputy Chair. I think we can proceed to the chairperson of the NCOP.
Let us just check.
In the meantime, while the speaker
let us just
with connection.
this getting on, because we are having problems. My phone was the one that is now overheating, but she contacted me. She said she will try to connect through the phone now. So let us just give her a minute or so. Okay.
Okay.
Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lichisa Tsinodi, Honorable Members of Parliament and Provincial legislatures, representatives of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, leaders of governmental and non-governmental organizations, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, I wish to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to address the 3 spheres planning session, which is held under the theme Strengthening 3 Spheres Planning, Coordination and Oversight through a targeted policy focus for accelerated implementation. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to remain a challenge. New cases as of yesterday stands at 832, which is 8.4% positive rate. We have had 2 new deaths, and recovery stands at 3.6 million with a 97% recovery rate. Climate change is yet another challenge. Yesterday in the ENCA, SALGA President, Bheki Stofile, called for, quote, a climate resilient infrastructure, close quote. He said such an intervention would require cooperation and coordination across all spheres of government. I concur. Adoption to an ever-changing environment and mitigation are critical going forward. Strengthening current and existing disaster risk management should be part of what we need to consistently do. The 3 spheres planning approach, which was launched in October 2020, is necessitated by a cross-cutting nature of the issues that fall under the program for sector parliaments. As many would know, the legislative sector saw it fit to implement sector activities to give designated groups such as the youth, women, children, men, people with disabilities and workers an opportunity to directly interact with public representatives and government agencies. The aim is to unlock opportunities for socio-economic advancements. This stems from the constitutional obligation on our legislatures to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes. This year's session takes place in the wake of the devastating heavy rainfall and flooding, which resulted in the loss of hundreds of lives, impacted tens of thousands of people, and caused severe damage to human settlements and infrastructure in KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, it is worth noting that the Eastern Cape, as mentioned by the President, has also been affected. Scientists suggest that climate change contributes to the extreme weather events which we continue to experience. They have warned that the world must try to cap global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, above temperatures before industrialization. They point out that the Earth is already around 1.2 degrees warmer, and that in Southeastern Africa, a warming of 2 degrees is projected to bring an increase in the frequency and intensity of heavy rain and flooding, and an increase in the intensity of strong tropical cyclones, which are associated with heavier rainfall. This program director demonstrates that we focus on planning and coordination activities across the 3 spheres of government. We should also monitor global developments in respect of country commitments to manage climate-related challenges. It is clear that the phenomenon of climate change has an impact on how we as a country can successfully implement our socio-economic policies. The key question we need to pose is, given the climate crisis in KZN and flooding that has occurred, what is it that we need to do to leverage development, not just in KZN, but nationally? Program Director, I've been asked to make a few comments on the topic as indicated. In this regard, it is important to note that in terms of the country's constitutional scheme, national government is responsible for formulating policies and regulatory frameworks, setting national norms and standards, and providing the requisite funding and overseeing implementation. The provincial government is responsible for implementation in accordance with the national frameworks and standards. And the municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative. The local government affairs of its community, subject to national and provincial legislation. Therefore, proper planning and coordination efforts are critical in assisting the 3 spheres of government to tackle the current challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, the sluggish economy, the recovery efforts from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and as we have seen, the need to build disaster resilience. Against this background, I will highlight the following in dealing with the imperatives of the 3-sphere planning and coordination. The role of the National Council of Provinces in accelerating policy implementation, institutionalizing an integrated planning and overlap approach with a priority focus on the sub-national level and the district development model as a reference point for strengthening three-sphere coordination. To understand the role of the NCOP in accelerating policy implementation, it is important to look at our intergovernmental system. The Constitution states that our government is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres of government, which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. As legislatures, we have a critical role to play in advancing people's power and fast-tracking the transformation of our society. And as such, we must, through integrated oversight, continue to find ways and means of strengthening inter-sphere institutional coordination. In this context, the NCOP is placed strategically at the cutting edge of our intergovernmental system. It is constitutionally empowered to bring the representatives of the different spheres of government under one roof, creating the potential to deal with governance issues in a coordinated manner. So in the NCOP, the NCOP is an integral part of the country's national legislative and oversight architecture. Through its programs, it demonstrates how integrated planning and oversight approach could be utilized to accelerate policy implementation for the advancement of the country's development imperatives. In the fulfillment of its oversight role, the NCOP is guided by the view that it is through integrated oversight processes that we're able to support the acceleration of policy implementation. For example, programs such as the Provincial Week enables the delegates of the NCOP to go and work in their respective provinces, where they undertake oversight work together with their counterparts in the provincial legislatures and the municipal councils. This approach assists in ensuring that those issues that would otherwise fall between the cracks when one of the spheres is not represented are dealt with as part of a joint exercise. However, it is not always possible that the public representatives from the three spheres of government will physically work together. Therefore, we need to ensure that we have a system for the proper referral of issues that have been picked up by one oversight body to a relevant legislative body for further processing. This is particularly the case in relation to the work of the NCOP and the National Assembly, so that we can avoid the duplication of efforts which leads to inefficiencies within the system. The Constitution outlines the responsibilities of each legislative body. In addition to this, our oversight and accountability mechanisms need to take into account the need for all the spheres of government and organs of state to exercise their powers and perform their functions in a manner that respects the geographic, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. Importantly, the NCOP's Local Government Week program is one of the means through which we support municipalities. The program provides an opportunity for broader participation by the different legislative bodies. It assists us to understand the challenges and best practices in the sphere of local government. Furthermore, it provides us with the necessary information to identify areas where we can support local government through overseeing the implementation of Section 154 of the Constitution. Section 154 of the Constitution requires both national and provincial government to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. The launch of the district development model to give effect to the vision of joined-up government gives us, the legislative sector, an opportunity to proactively interrogate, for example, the cooperation and collaboration of the different spheres of government and organs in attending to the challenges that impact service provision. The importance of the district development model is that it targets service delivery, economic development, and job creation, which are key if we're to address poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Our committees have a greater role to play in monitoring the rollout of the district development model with a view to assess the nature of the challenges being addressed and the efficacy of the interventions. This would assist us to make a determination at the early stages as to the impact of this policy intervention and how it could be accelerated. Program Director, we need to move from the premise that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact in the conduct of oversight across the legislative sector. Therefore, we should make use of the lifting of the national state of disaster to plan and conduct our oversight interventions in a manner that contributes to the acceleration of policy implementation. In conclusion, in order to unlock opportunities for socio-economic advancement, the legislative sector is designing sector activities for direct engagement with citizens. The three spheres planning approach is meant to assist us to coordinate our efforts to accelerate policy implementation with the ultimate aim of transforming society. Integrated planning and oversight approach processes are thus critical in this regard, as they provide for collaborative action and for the initiation of proper referrals system. The different spheres of government have clearly defined constitutional responsibilities. However, the Constitution obligates both the national and provincial government to provide the necessary support to local government. Practically, each municipal area serves as a key service point for people-centered policies and programs. Through the district development model, the legislative sector has the opportunity to proactively interrogate the level of cooperation and collaboration among the different spheres of government and organs in their quest to accelerate policy implementation. Program Director, please allow me at this point to express an appreciation for the opportunity to make the remarks that I've just made, and I'm happy to be part of today's deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We will now revert to the speaker. At least she found a place where she had a better connection. Over to you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me start by apologizing. Honorable members, let me start by apologizing to you, Chair, and the colleagues. And I must say that really, I logged in in sports. It will not throw me out this time. Chairperson, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address this session. I recognize you, Chairperson of the NCOP. I recognize all members from the different legislatures, the premiers and the MECs and all members of parliament and MPLs. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair for the opportunity to address the session on the important issue of coordination and the role of Parliament in ensuring that government work at all levels to achieve the set objectives and impact desired for all South Africans. It's important for us to remind ourselves that this structuring of the South African government into 3 spheres was a culmination of a negotiated settlement, which paved the way for the creation of our democratic dispensation and the first general elections in 1994. Although the dominant understanding string of negotiations was that of a new democratic South Africa must be organized and functioned as a unitary state, a last-minute compromise was reached to create the 3 spheres, being national, provincial, and of course, the local municipalities. However, the principle behind this structuring has always been that although distinctive, the 3 spheres must function in an interdependent and collaborative manner. To ensure that this becomes a practical reality, these principles were enshrined in our constitution, including a provision that national legislation should be promulgated to give effect to these principles of independence. And to give effect to these constitutional imperatives, Parliament passed the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act of 2005 to provide mechanisms that give effect to effective relations and cooperation between the 3 spheres. Now, the National Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, COGTA, is the custodian of the IGR Framework Act. And Parliament has the oversight responsibility on the effective implementation of the IGR mechanisms by the executive. The interdependence and interrelations amongst the 3 spheres cuts across areas of policy, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. Government policy and performance plans are mainly based on legislative framework passed by Parliament. And as we all know, this national policy framework is derived from our national developmental agenda, as well as commitments we have to enjoin ourselves to global development goals. Currently, Chairperson, the 2 notable instruments that define this agenda are the Sustainable Developmental Goals and globally, as well as the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. If our country then is to succeed in meeting the targets of this developmental agenda, an own imperative to better the lives of our people, then proper planning, execution, and monitoring should guide the structure and pace of implementation. For this to happen, we need effective oversight of both the planning and implementation throughout all spheres. Most importantly, we should ensure that where these plans depend on the collaborative efforts amongst the various spheres, such as collaboration does indeed happen in an effective manner to achieve intended results. Our current principles of our intergovernmental relations framework are not based on a system of hierarchical supervision amongst the various spheres, but on cooperative governance, interdependence, and support. It is also about decentralization of government power and function and calls for partnership and distinctive mandate. This means that although there is recognition that certain supervision may be required in terms of ensuring compliance and providing support to lower spheres, there's complexity and limit to how far such supervision can be intrusive from one sphere to another. This limitation means that government should have an even bigger and pronounced role in narrowing the gap for effect, in allowing for the gap for effective oversight and monitoring of policy objectives, planning, and impact of deliverables. Chairperson and honorable members, Parliament's oversight shouldn't be limited to reporting period, but function as an ongoing monitoring of implementation of policy objectives and plans. Parliamentary committees should assess the rate of implementation through in-year monitoring of plans, identify obstacles through early warning system and suggesting troubleshooting to unblock obstacles to implement throughout the year. Although this may already be happening in terms of quarterly reviews, it needs to be strengthened as a mechanism to guarantee desired outcomes and impact. Performance assessments of government departments and entities should not await the tabling of annual reports. Early warning systems must guide Parliament to assess and intervene timelessly. Chair, parliaments are powerful agents of change. We continue to ratify international agreements, translate multilateral agreements into enforceable national laws that respond to country-specific development priorities. Parliament ensures oversight and monitoring of implementation and ensuring government is accountable to the people for national progress on the goals and objectives. Through holding regular hearings and requiring monthly reports, Parliament can bring the specific goals of the Sustainable Development Goals and the country's medium-term strategic framework to the attention of the public, thereby encouraging accountability at all times. And as representatives of the electorate, we should also offer a platform for communication, ensure an ongoing dialogue with civil society over the collective developmental goals. In this way, Parliament can ensure that the process of developing national plans and overseeing implementation is informed by an inclusive and participatory political dialogue. Properly structured and effective oversight that places the well-being of our people at the center of government work can make Parliament the driver of efforts for a people-centered development. Now, for any of the above to have a meaningful impact, chairpersons of committee must ensure that the development imperatives are integrated with their committee work. The global, continental, regional, and national development standards should underpin the engagement of committees with ministries and departments throughout the oversight cycle, lawmaking, and public participation processes. As I conclude, Chairperson, simply put, development imperatives must inform the committee interrogations of strategic plans, annual performance plans, budgets, and annual reports of government departments and entities on an ongoing basis, integrated with the annual plans of our committees. In addition, the budget review and regulations report should be forthright in identifying where weaknesses or risks are identified and the appropriate remedial action or risk mitigation. The work of our committees should be supported by stringent analysis provided by the parliamentary administration and the parliament research units. And therefore, Chair, I conclude by saying we are in a fortunate situation as this parliament that in order to achieve these imperatives, there is not much for reinventing the wheel. There is no need at all. The various parliamentary oversight mechanisms which we have, if used effectively by members of parliament, members of provincial legislatures, and municipal councillors, would be. These are the cornerstones of ensuring executive accountability, and therefore we will succeed on the responsibility of oversight and identifying proper identification of oversight priorities. I thank you, Chairperson, and once more I want to apologize to all of you profusely for coming in late because I was thrown in. I came in earlier, thrown in out by the system, and now I'm literally running through what I have prepared here for you this morning. I'm really sorry, and Chairperson, after this, I will then apologize for logging out to allow me to drive back home. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We really appreciate that amidst all the challenges that we were available to make this input. And we will also request ESCOM to really apologize to us for the way that it is really disorganizing us. But thank you very much. We appreciate your input. We appreciate the input by the chairperson. It is setting a proper tone for this planning session that we are having with all the different stakeholders. And in continuing with our program, we will excuse you. I excuse speaker, we understand. And the fact of the matter is that all of us are coming from Easter weekend, but unfortunately, according to our schedules and our programs, we don't have a choice then to continue with what we have been planning for the rest of the semester. Thank you very much. And we will now continue, and we will then call on Ms. Nozipo Shabalala, the DGG of Population and Social Services in the Office of the Statistician General, to give us a general poverty overview picture, particularly in conjunction with the impact of COVID-19 on the South African landscape. Over to you, Ms. Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, greetings, all protocol observed. My name is Nozipo Shabalala. I'll be representing the Statistician General today. He conveys his apologies that he cannot be with us in this meeting today because of urgent matters that came up regarding the census, and then he cannot get out of. So he asked me to convey his sincere apologies. He wanted to be part of this meeting today. I'm going to flight the presentation, and before I do so, I am requesting Honorable Chair to switch off my video because I also have a challenge with connection. And when I flight the presentation, I find it works better if the video is off.
Granted, Ms. Shabalala. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, may I just check whether the presentation is showing on the screen, and apologies for the background noise. I'm in the office. There is noise outside. Is the presentation showing?
For now, it's starting screen sharing here on my side. I don't know, to the table. Can we find out the host officials?
Yes, it is showing.
It's visible.
So you may continue.
Thank you. Before I talk about the numbers, I would like to talk about the statistical production system. Just to give context to the presentation that I'm going to make. Statistics South Africa is responsible for official statistics. Our main role is producing outcome indicators. We do sometimes play in the space of output indicators, but mostly we produce outcome indicators. The output indicators are mostly the responsibility of the line departments, or they reside with the line departments. Together with output indicators, we have input indicators and process indicators that are residing with line departments. If I make an example, if you are talking about a process of building houses, the input indicators would be the number of bricks that are used to build a house, and the process indicators will be the process, maybe the time that it takes to build a house. The output indicators will be then the number of houses that are built. The outcome indicators will refer to the proportion of the population that has benefited from the houses that are built. So as an indicator that Statistics South Africa will produce, we will say the proportion of the population living in formal dwellings. The impact indicators that talk to policy analysis, in-depth policy analysis, it then falls outside the scope of our work. So policy analysts, researchers, academics, and institutions like the HSRC will then talk to impact indicators. So I said our main responsibility is output indicators and outcome indicators, and we do this by conducting surveys and censuses, and we do sometimes use registers or administrative records that reside in line departments. So in terms of numbers, the South African population in 2021 was estimated at 60.1 million. And more than half of this was found in Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, with Gauteng contributing about 15.8 million people to the total population, which translates to 26.3%, and KZN contributing 11.5 million, which translates to 19.1%, and Western Cape contributing 7.1 million people, which translates to 11.8%. The province with the smallest population is Northern Cape with 1.3 million, which translates to 2.2%. In terms of poverty and vulnerability to COVID, I'm going to talk to two measures of poverty. One, the income measures of poverty, and secondly, the non-income measures of poverty, which we report using the multidimensional poverty index. So looking at who are the poor and where do they reside. So in looking at money metrics poverty, that is income poverty, we use three national poverty lines, which is the food poverty line, the lower bound poverty line, and the upper bound poverty line. The food poverty line was standing at 624 rands per person per month in 2021 prices, and the lower bound poverty line, which is found in the NDP, that's the line that the NDP tracks. It's 890 rands per person per month in 2021 prices, and the upper bound poverty line is 1,335 rands per person per month in 2021 prices. Talking about the food poverty line, it refers to the threshold of absolute deprivation, meaning that this is the amount of money required to purchase the minimum required daily energy intake. And the lower bound poverty line, it provides an austere threshold below which one has to choose between food and important non-food items. And the upper bound poverty line refers to the threshold of deprivation below which people cannot afford the minimum food and non-food items. So in 2015, the population in South Africa that was living below the food poverty line was just above the quarter, 25.2%, and those living below the lower bound poverty line was 40%, and those living below the upper bound poverty line, it was just above half at 55.5%. Of course, the lines applied were based on the relevant 2015 prices. So I want to show this slide because this slide looks at poverty over time. I'm just going to use an example of the food poverty line. For all the lines, when you look at 2006 and 2015, you will see that poverty declined. But in between, looking at the food poverty line, there was an increase of those living below the food poverty line between 2006 and 2009. And in general, there was an increase of poverty levels, again, when you look at between 2011 and 2015. Now, what was happening in 2009? In 2009, there was a global economic recession. And this slide or this graph, it indicates that when there are economic shocks or climate shocks in the country, the poor suffer the most. As you can see, the sharp increase that we see amongst those living below the food poverty line, which is not reflected in the other lines. And we see also an increase between 2011 and 2015. And when we checked what was happening in 2015, that's when the country was experiencing droughts, and also there were negative growths in GDP that we had experienced that coincided with the period where we collected data, and the inflation was high, especially the food prices. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that when there are economic shocks, when there are climate shocks, then the vulnerable, they suffer the most. Looking at different poverty levels by province, we see that Gauteng and Western Cape remain the two provinces with the lowest poverty headcount, and the three poorest provinces remain Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. In almost all the provinces, the pattern that I showed in the previous slide, where we saw an increase in poverty between 2011 and 2015, is also reflected here, with the exception of Northern Cape. Looking at poverty levels, and you disaggregate by sex, females remain more disadvantaged than males, consistently so. But when we look at 2015, we see that the difference between the sexes is narrowing. In 2015, 41.7% of females were living below the lower bound poverty line, and 38.2% of males were living below the lower bound poverty line. Looking at poverty by age, in 2006, we see that the children are the ones who have the highest poverty levels at 62.8%, followed by the youth between 18 years and 24 years at 53.7%, and the elderly, 65 years and above, at 49.5%. And when we see situation in 2015, we see that for all age groups, poverty declined, but the significant decline was observed amongst the elderly, in the elderly age 65 and above. We also see declines among children 0 to 17, and we are saying that perhaps this is a function of the social grants. As talking about the social grants, looking at vulnerability to hunger at individual and household level, we see that when we compare from the period of 2003 to 2020, we see a decline in vulnerability to hunger at individual level as well as household level. But we are seeing a slight increase between 2019 and 2020. So that's when we experienced COVID-19 pandemic, the start in 2020. And looking at, and if you look at this and also look at the households that receive at least one social grant, or individuals that benefited from one social grant, you see that when we see an increase in the number of people receiving social grants, we also observe a decline in vulnerability to hunger. But what we are seeing for 2020, between 2019 and 2020, we are seeing an increase in the number of people benefiting from social grants. However, we are not seeing that decline in vulnerability to hunger. But we are seeing a slight increase in vulnerability to hunger. And the increase, the significant increase that we are seeing there between 2019 and 2020 in the number of people and also households benefiting from social grants is also coincides with the introduction of the SRD grant in 2020. Looking at the main sources of income for households, we observe that there is an increased reliance on grants as main source of income. For instance, in 2019, there were 20.4% of households in South Africa reported that their main source of income is social grants, and this increased in 2020 to 28.8%. And also we are observing a slight decrease in salaries and wages as the main source of income. In 2019, 54.8% of households reported salaries and wages as their main source of income, but in 2020 there was a decline to 50.8%. We spoke about vulnerability to hunger. I will then now talk to food access in South Africa. Here, what we are seeing is that 20.6% of households nationally consider their access to food as inadequate or severe inadequate. Northwest indicated high levels of inadequate food access and severe inadequate food access, whereas Limpopo indicates low levels of inadequate access to food. 40.6% of female-headed households in South Africa do not have an employed household member. When you compare this with male-headed households, you see that it's only 22% of male-headed households who do not have an employed household member. Eastern Cape is leading with the highest level of households who report that there is no employed household member within a household, and Gauteng has the lowest when it comes to males, and Western Cape has the lowest when it comes to female-headed households. Now, talking about multidimensional poverty in South Africa, I'm going to start by talking or showing the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index, which is a measure of absolute deprivation. It has 4 dimensions and 11 indicators. I'm not going to dwell into the indicators, but I'm just going to talk briefly about the dimensions. The dimensions, they are health, education, living standards, and economic activity. And in each of these dimensions, there are indicators that we use to see whether a household or an individual is deprived in that particular indicator or dimension. Using this measure, which we call the SAMPI, the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index, we see that the poverty levels have declined between the period of 2001 and 2016. In 2001, there were about 18% of the population or the households that were multidimensionally poor, and in 2011, this declined to 8%, and in 2016, just a slight decline to 7%. This SAMPI, the beauty of the SAMPI is that it can be decomposed it can be decomposed by a number of explanatory variables, by age, by gender, by population group. Here, I'm showing it being decomposed by municipalities. The map on the screen indicates poverty levels by municipality, and the darker, the green, the color green indicates low levels of poverty, and in areas where we see light green indicates high levels of poverty. So we are seeing here the light green, we are seeing it around KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. We also see it in some parts of Northern Cape and in some parts of Limpopo as well. In provinces like Western Cape, we see dark green, which indicates low levels of poverty, and in Gauteng, which indicates low levels of poverty. Now, using the SAMPI, we can rank all the municipalities by their poverty status to see which municipality is the poorest and which municipality is the least poor. And this information can also be disaggregated by district to rank the district by their poverty levels. On the slide on the screen, we are just showing the 10 poorest municipalities in 2016. The poorest municipality in 2016 was in Ntsikayetu, followed by Umsinga, followed by Umzimvubu, Port St. John's, and so on. And if I can just give a snapshot of the ranking by district, it will be the 10 poorest districts will include Alfred Nzo, O.R. Tambo, Amatole, Chris Hani, Umkhanyakude, Umzinyathi, Sisonke, Sikukune, Joe Kabi, and Mobane. So what I'm trying to say here is that we can provide spreadsheets that disaggregate this information and rank this information by municipality and also by district as well. Looking at 2011, information from 2011 census, we spoke about the disaggregation by municipality. Here, we see also we spoke about KZN having the light green, meaning that there are high levels of poverty. But we see that there are areas within KZN with darker green, which indicates low levels of poverty, and there are those with light green that indicates high levels of poverty. In 2011, we see that Umsinga there, which is a bright, sort of like a bright yellow, was the poorest in KwaZulu-Natal. What I'm trying to show here is that when you use census data, like 2011 data, you can also drill down within Umsinga and look at the wards within Umsinga to see which wards are driving poverty in that municipality. For instance, this is a map indicating Umsinga, and there are those wards within Umsinga, and there are others that are darker green, there are others that are very light green, even going to orange. We have also learned from the analysis that we have done that the main contributors to the poverty situation in South Africa, it's unemployment and years of schooling. Years of schooling, meaning that the less number of years that people spend at school, then the higher are the chances of them being poor. We also look at the Youth Multidimensional Poverty Index. And when you look at the map for the youth multidimensional poverty or the youth poverty, where green indicates less poverty and the red indicates high poverty levels. You will see that the concentration of youth poverty is also found in Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, areas in Northwest, as well as in Limpopo. And the lower levels of youth poverty are also found in areas in Western Cape as well as Gauteng. And the main contributors to the youth poverty situation is educational attainment for the youth, adult unemployment, meaning that they come from households where there is no adult who is employed, and the need, meaning those not in employment, education, or training. Looking at the South African COVID-19 Vulnerability Index, this index we did using the information because we wanted to drill down to the lowest levels of geography. Then the only available source would have been the Census 2011. So using the Census 2011 and using the dimensions such as transport to work, if a person is employed and they don't have a private vehicle to go to work, meaning that they will be more vulnerable to COVID, and also access to media. If they don't have access to media, meaning that they will not have any information on how the virus spread and how they can prevent the spread of the virus, and access to water, access to sanitation and overcrowding, as well as multi-generational households where there are children between ages of 0 to 15 and adults of 60 years and older, because that would then, we say they are vulnerable because the children will go out and they often do not show signs of COVID, and they will infect the adults in the house. And also elderly, age 60 years and above, and the chronic, and those who are in chronic medication. So these are the dimensions and indicators that were used to determine vulnerability to COVID. And the map it comes out of the COVID-19 vulnerability index. It resembles that of the poverty levels. So the poverty areas are also the most vulnerable to COVID-19. Statistical developed a tool, an interactive tool on this, where you can go to our website and access this tool. And you can select any province that you want to select to see the levels of vulnerability to COVID, and also then understand the contributors or the major drivers of this vulnerability. So overall, we found that 40.1% of the population in South Africa is vulnerable to COVID, and that the main or the major contributors were access to sanitation and multi-generational households. In terms of labor indicators, there were 39.9 million people of working age in South Africa in Q4 of 2021, and 17.4 million of these were not economically active. We found 14.5 million people employed and 7.9 million people who were not employed. And this translated to 35.3% of the unemployment rate. This is the official unemployment rate, which was an increase when you compare Q3 and Q4 of about 0.4 of a percentage point. Looking at the expanded unemployment rate, we see that it was standing at 46.2%. Looking at the provincial unemployment rate versus the official versus the expanded, we see that the province with the highest unemployment rate was Eastern Cape, followed by Mpumalanga, and then Free State. And the one with the least unemployment rate was Northern Cape, and the second least was Western Cape. And Northern Cape has 25.2 percentage points difference between the official unemployment rate and the expanded unemployment rate. When we look, I've already spoken about the relationship between poverty and education, but when you look at this relationship between education and unemployment, we also see a negative correlation where individuals with less education are more likely to be unemployed. 39.8% of those with less than matric are unemployed in Q4 of 2021, and 37.7% of those with matric were unemployed, compared to those who are graduates at 11.8% of unemployment. Youth age 15 to 24 years and 25 to 34 years recorded the highest unemployment rates of 66.5% and 43.5% respectively. Black African women are the most vulnerable, with an unemployment rate of 42.4% in Q4 of 2021. Now, looking at the gender pay gap, we see that in 2018, women's median monthly earnings were 76% of men's median monthly earnings. So when you look at the graph on the screen, there is that line which will bend the median monthly earnings for males, and the orange line indicates the median monthly earnings for females. And the gap that you see between the orange line and the dotted line indicates the gap of earnings between males and females, with females only earning 76% of what males are earning. When you look at this by province, you see that Limpopo females earned 66.2% of men's median monthly earnings in 2018, and the gap between males and female earnings in Western Cape is smaller compared to other provinces, followed by Eastern Cape. Looking at the education perspective, we see continued representation of learners who are older than the ideal graduation age in primary and secondary school. When you look at the orange bars or the red bars on the screen, and the x-axis reflecting the age in single years, you'll see that the age in single years in primary school, it goes up to age 17, 18, and 19. You find those children still in primary school. In secondary school, which is represented by the blue bars, you see the ages going up to 24 years that you will find in secondary school. Also of concern is those that are not in education or training, which we see an increase in. The slide on the screen now indicates the gap between attendance for those with and without disabilities. Education opportunities are not equally available for children with disabilities, as the overall only is close to 89.3% RSA. The orange bars represent children with disabilities who are attending school. So it's 89.3%, but the overall attendance is 96%. 0.6%. So this 89% is lower by 8 percentage points from the overall children's school attendance. Over a fifth of learners cited lack of money as main reasons for not attending an educational institution. But when you look at other reasons that are given for not attending an education institution for children aged 7 to 18 years, you see family responsibilities, and there are vast gender disparities in family commitment and those who are saying education is useless. When looking at family commitments, for instance, only 0.3% of male children will say that they are not attending because of family responsibilities, but 17.1% of female children that that are not attending indicate that it is because of family commitments. And looking at education is useless, only 6.1% of female children will say education is useless compared to 9.8% of male children will say education is useless. In terms of the economy, I'm about to conclude, Chair. Looking at the growth rates, when you compare Q3 of 2021 and Q4 of 2021, we had a 1.2% growth rate. And when we compare year on year, meaning Q4 of 2020 and Q4 of 2021, we observed 1.7% growth rate. And when we compare 2020 in general to 2021, we saw 4.9% growth rate. This is after we registered a negative growth in 2020 of about 6.4%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shabalala. And I think it was quite an informative presentation. We are moving on with the program, and we will now request Dr. Mbaba of the Finance and Fiscal Commission to continue with the presentation on maximizing intergovernmental relations, fiscal relations processes, and targeting the poorest areas in the country. Over to you, Dr. Mbaba. Kevin, can we make sure that the participants get the presentation?
Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. Can you hear me?
You are audible. You may continue.
Yes, Chair.
I hope I'm audible, Program Director.
You are audible. Thank you very much. You may continue. Thank you, Kevin.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Program Director, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Lucas, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Tsinoli, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Amapisa Ngakula. It's a great pleasure for the FFC to be here as to present our insights as to how we can strengthen the strategic and effective use of fiscal policy to accelerate poverty reduction in the poorest provinces in our country. Also to speak about how we can strengthen the fiscal allocation formulas that we use to assign the division of revenue. Chairperson of the session, ours as the FFC is to advise government on the content and structure of the provincial and local equitable share formula, which were largely being accepted by government. As the FFC, we have also contributed to the intergovernmental fiscal relations system through the development of costed norms approach, which is based on the notion that equitable share allocation should take account of the need to provide basic levels of constitutionally mandated basic services. As the FFC, we have in our submissions identified various challenges that we have with regards to the provincial equitable share formula, as well as the local government share formula. We believe that whilst the PES, or the provincial equitable share, comply with the principle of fiscal transfer, it should be reformed, as we believe that it is currently overloaded with many objectives. The provincial equitable share reforms should not be carried out in isolation from other important pillars of the intergovernmental fiscal relations system. This includes the better alignment of functions, conditional grant design, and expenditure management. We are a chairperson cognizant as well that the results of such reforms may not necessarily result in desirable outcomes for all provinces. Parliament and provincial legislatures, we believe that they have a critical role as well to ensure that the recommendations of the FFC regarding the provincial equitable share formula and the conditional grants are implemented through fiscal processes, through oversight processes. We also believe that the implementation of the recommendations also requires active and wider participation of both provincial officials in the intergovernmental fiscal relations, the public, as well as Parliament. I now wish to hand over to my research head, Mr. Chen Seng, who will take the session through the detailed analysis of our findings.
Thank you,
over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning all to the Honourable Chairperson and members present and colleagues, all protocols observed. If I may, I just carry on in terms of the presentation. So this, in terms of our South Africa's fiscal framework, essentially across the three spheres of government, that being national, provincial, and municipalities, local governments in essence, this is essentially how the fiscal channels operates in flowing the resources, nationally raised resources, and scarce as they are to across the three spheres. And notably is, if you look to your right of this slide, is note the specific, or shall we say focused services, types of services that these spheres are servicing. So for example, National Department generally looks at issues such as police, higher education, social grants, as sort of the national policy, and sometimes maybe want to drive some of the more of those policy priorities at the national level. And provinces is what we call the basic services, as in basic education, social services in the sense of basic education and health, and local governments, the basic services of water, sanitation, electricity, and others, land use, and so forth. And due to its close proximity to those local ground level resources and assets. Notably, though, it is noteworthy that even though that it may seem clearly set out here you know, through the Appropriation Act and Divisional Revenue Act. And it seems that the services, types of services are clearly set out and divided or allocated. In actual fact, intergovernmental fiscal relations system is incredibly convoluted in this, that in between these spheres, there are also other direct versus indirect channels. There are also in-kind transfers or types of transfers that is not generally people don't think about, but it is nevertheless rather significant. For example, when we talk about national transfers, we generally think about national transfers to provinces and municipalities through these various acts and bills. However, it's also significant when provinces, provincial department and provincial government at its own discretion also transfers resources to municipalities, and sometimes even back up national municipalities transferring back to provincial governments, as well as some of the surrendering of residual funds back to national. So it's really quite, even though that here seems quite clear in terms of how the money flows in particularly one direction to deliver services, how just kindly be reminded that it's the details is always, especially in intergovernmental IGFR system, it's much more convoluted. And that is where most of our leakages and also the illicit in the public sector sense flows occur, and wastages, and sometimes it's what we generally capture all as implementation failures. Kindly move to the next slide. Host, if you may. Yes. So despite all those complications and in terms of how the cash flows, this is the, if we look at just one, the vertical division, that is from national transfer to the two spheres, the other two spheres, provinces and local government. And this is how it's generally divided. And you'll see that with national being the majority, that's almost 50%, or say 45, and then provinces make up another 45, and then local government makes up the residual 10 approximately on average. And this, even though it may be dated in here in terms of data, however, you'll be surprised that despite all the reviews on the intergovernmental fiscal channels or instruments, that these distributions or allocations of allocations are quite constant, as you can see here. It doesn't change much despite all the changes that say government has done to the equitable share formula or conditional grants, as we will see later on later in the presentation. Next slide, please. All right, so moving first to the transfers of provinces, essentially focusing on two particular types or main types, one being the equitable share formula, which is very popular. However, there is also the conditional grants. Next slide. And what is notable in the equitable share formula is that FFC actually is the mother and father of this particularly formula-driven or formula-based approach to the division of revenue. In 1986, in fact, we were the first to recommend this formula-based approach. What we were trying to essentially do, which on good rationale and logic, is that first is without some kind of objectivity inserted or embedded in terms of how the division of revenue can take place. Essentially, what the country was going to do back in the day was just going to follow what was historically being allocated. And that obviously was not speaking to, and is still not speaking to, the real world challenges and the real needs on the ground. And so this is what one of the main focus for why FFC was instituted, and also by the Constitution, but also its purpose is to make sure that the division of revenue is done in a way that is equitable and as well as economical. Each component, so in the formula that we advise, we also suggest a couple of components. Next slide, please. And that formula has gone through quite a few reviews. And here just list some of the notable changes to the provincial equitable share formula. Next slide, please. And essentially, this just to draw your attention to these numbers, but just basically all of it should sum up to 100% because these are weighted formulas. What that means is essentially, if you look to the left, there are these components: education, health, social security, basic, backlogs, and so forth. And for each of those components, we allocate a weight. And weight means just like we will take, in the sense, say, for example, in 1998, we suggest that 39% of this equitable share formula allocation should be for education or focused on the education. That does not mean, though, 39% of the allocation is of the total equitable share formula must go to education. That's not what it means. It's a weight. So it means how much of the attention, shall we say, and of weights that you put into considering the allocation that is for education. Next slide. And so despite all those changes, and you saw some of the components that was in place, but then also taken out and so forth, it resulted in some sense, in some cases, specifically like when the shift of the social security function, there was that significant change in terms of the allocation vertical division of revenue. However, as you can see, other changes may not result. Like, for example, if we increase the education components to 41% from 39 in the beginning, and then later on even higher for education, it does not necessarily change how the vertical division of revenue takes place. And this is what sometimes an honorable chair members would hear us say at parliamentary briefings, is that it's all well and good to look at the equitable share formula, but remember, the formula is a weighted formula. It only talks about how much focus you put into particular components, not necessarily mean how much. So sometimes the one may be drawn into a lot of the debates around how much to focus on these formulas and weights. Should it be 60% for education and so forth? But the outcome may not be as significant as one would expect if one changes those weightings in the formula. Next slide, please. What is perhaps even more complicated is, remember that PES, provincial equitable share formula, is population driven. What that means is the more people you have as a share of the national population, the more resources should be allocated to that province. And so if you contrast the weighted average number there, so 12.7% for Eastern Cape, Free States at 5.5, that is generally, roughly speaking, 5.5% of the population reside in a Free State. And here it's still just listing some of the components and the various ways that those weightings are for those components. And noting again, though, is that so when it comes as a provincial equitable share, after all these calculations, still comes as a one chunk. So provinces don't receive, for example, 9.8% for education to Western Cape. All they see is 10.5%, the weighted average outcome share of the equitable share formula. And this is why sometimes the debates, again, could be misdirected into thinking Western Cape is shortchanged, perhaps, or over receiving on certain shares of the equitable share money for that particular components. And certainly at the provincial level, MECs should not expect a one-for-one allocation for these equitable share equitable share allocations. Remember that it comes as one chunk, and it is still at the provincial government's own discretion and cabinets of the province to decide. Next slide, please. I shall be moving forward rather quickly is the focus around how the instruments such as PES being the main, being poverty poverty focused. And here is essentially what our results research has shown is that despite all what has been shown earlier, in fact, most of it, despite the population driven, that around these components, there are at the fringes, at the edges and marginal rates, the resources are still being more focused and try all ways to take poverty into account. For instance, if you look at earlier the components, there is basic share, which looks at specifically population driven, but also the poverty, there is a share, and actually the most poverty, shall we say, the poverty assisting or alleviating component actually is the institutional component of the equitable share. Why? Because institutional component is a straight cut. It's a meaning that everybody gets the same amount of money, whether it's a big province, small province, populous, or sparsely populated province, they all get the same amount of money. And that is how it makes, for example, the most poverty-stricken or the least populated province gets the most share through that particular component. And the results, next slide, please. Next slide, next. And so the result ultimately is that through our, again, regression analysis is showing that there is a poverty alleviating drive and variation in terms of the equitable share allocation. However, the long run is the problem. So short run, yes, there is that more money going to local, rural, especially or provinces. But when it comes to long term, like whether it's responding to the movement of population or poor and so forth, then this equitable share formula allocation fails to address that. It's not responsive enough, essentially. Next slide. And also because that it's not yet cost driven enough. And so here at least list some of the key factors. So that is influencing this provincial equitable share, as well as conditional grants, essentially, because the two actually operates in conjunction with one another. And so a couple of notable ones is the provincial boundary reconfigurations, the functional shifts, for instance, the social security, and recently the NHI, how that would impact when we pull from the provincial allocations and to form a national fund that is of the NHI. We don't know how much resource and changes that is going to make to the equitable share allocation at least. Next slide, please. I shall skip some of these other issues. Next slide, please. Just in the interest of time, and move further down, please. All right. If I can just look at, okay, I think these are challenges that is basically it's repeating what I was just saying in terms of that it's these intergovernmental fiscal relations transfers, they are not costed enough, they are not responsive enough, and as well, so what happens we may see sometimes is that there are already much less people in a particular province. However, the resources are still flowing in in trying to address that. Next slide. Moving on to the local governments. Which is that remember that 9% of the national fiscal framework. it's even more complicated in the sense that we have these components, the basic services component, institutional community services, and then correction and stability components. And this has been done so in around 2014, when FFC and National Treasury worked together in working out a formula that is more cost-driven. Next slide, please, moving on. The unfortunate result, however, is that again, it's as I was saying in the beginning, that so much attention is being put into the horizontal, meaning that once the money gets to the sphere, the 9%, then between municipalities trying to figure out horizontally who gets how much from this pool, the vertical is not addressed. So despite all the changes, the vertical division, that 9% still does not change by much. And next slide, please. And even if it's costed, because what one realizes at the end result of this local government equitable share review process was that after the costing actually was influenced by how much is available from the vertical division of revenue, which is the 9%. So you can see it's not really helping in terms of really focusing or addressing that vertical inequality or inequity in terms of the fiscal allocations. And this is just to show some of the components in terms of the local government equitable share. Next slide, please. And what I want to move to is here is that, as you can see, it is more rural focused in terms of the local government equitable share as well as conditional grant transfers. So here is proof that the IGFR system, despite all the deficiencies and ineffectiveness, it is still, at least in terms of nominal value of transfers, that it is flowing more addressed in trying to address the inequality within the municipal space. Next slide. And however, so as earlier saying, issues with local government equitable share and conditional grants, similar to provincial equitable share and conditional grants, is that there is a shall we say, I think mixture between the two, in the sense that, as you can see here, whenever, say, equitable share goes up, conditional grants goes down. So the total allocation actually to the local government sphere doesn't change by much on the aggregate, right? It's still 9%. And then similarly, and this has been happening quite a few times in the past few years, and especially also during COVID. During COVID, what happened was there was a suddenly changeover from there was an injection, so-called, to local government equitable share. However, with the cuts that was happening in the local government conditional grants, the total transfers actually to municipalities are essentially the same as before in terms of aggregates. And so this is one thing that one needs to take note of when discussing intergovernmental transfer systems in addressing poverty. Next slide. Some of the issues around local government. As I've said earlier, there is that need for differentiating or distinguishing between vertical and horizontal division of revenue. Despite it being costed, despite it being so much debated, the government as a whole still has not succeeded in addressing that. Why 9%? The 9% has got its also historical sort of inertia with it, in the sense that it follows the original idea about, which is the local government white paper, saying that the majority of the local municipal revenue should be raised by itself through taxes, the land tax and or other sort of, land use tax. And also, of course, for the basic services. However, South Africa has got 257 municipalities, district municipalities enveloping or taking sort of covering also local municipalities in terms of functions and services, also water, electricity. It's not clearly set out. uniformly. And so that inequality or inequity between municipalities is vast, and the disparity between them is wide. So it's very difficult to always stay with this horizontal debate without looking at the vertical debate and hoping that they would somehow address all that inequality within the local municipal space. Next slide. Further to that is, again, here is what I was saying regarding the internal powers and functions of the district municipalities. FFC, we have done quite a lot of work in looking at what municipalities are supposed to do. And essentially, we found that district municipalities would be of function, would be of use, especially if it's surrounded or covering the rural municipalities, but not the urban municipalities. And the reason is clear. Urban municipalities and metros, they are well capacitated and with capabilities to address those basic services, but rural municipalities not. They may need extra help, capacitation grants and institutional grants to assist with their functions. Next slide. So, and very quickly, ultimately, the issues is from the IJFR system, it is focused on poverty alleviation, despite all its imperfections and deficiencies, and also made this panel and this session attendees note that that it's not in one directional transfer. In between the spheres, there are also a lot of, as we call, intergovernmental transfer. It means flows both ways and always across the three spheres. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to my researcher. Over to you, Session Chairperson, Honorable Lucas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. And thank you also to the researcher for a very informative presentation. Am I audible? Let me first ask that, because there was a time that I wasn't audible.
You are, Chair, Deputy Chair.
Am I audible? Thank you. So, members, my idea was that we engage with these presentations that we just get before we go to the provinces. If you agree, indicate so, then we can continue by making sure that we engage with this specific presentations, the two that we just received, as well as the inputs of Chairperson and Speaker. Yes, Honorable Dango.
Chairperson, I just want to ask a question to the FFC regarding.
Yes, no, it's fine. It's fine if you are proposing that we continue with the discussion. Can we just get more indications of members that want to engage the discussion, and then we will continue, Honorable Dangor? Can we get more indications?
Thank you.
Honorable members, if you agree that we engage this specific session, and then we can continue with the provinces, and at the end of both sessions, then have the further engagement. Honorable Dango, you may continue.
In brief, Chairperson, I don't want to waste time. The FFC, the question of the equitable share to provinces. When there's population shifts in provinces, is there a mechanism to move part of the budget to the provinces that are receiving more people continuously and daily? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dangor. Before I will give to the FFC, is there any other members that want to engage with the two presentations or with the four presentations? If we can get that indication before we go over, and then we will continue with the program. I don't see an indication, so we will now allow the FFC to respond to the question that was asked, and then I will give over to the Honorable Ngwenya to continue with the executive of the provinces for their inputs. Over to you, Dr. Mvaba.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I missed the question. I had a challenge with my network, but I have other commissioners on the platform. I have Commissioner Mukadi and Commissioner Rockman and the head of research as well, whom I wish to answer the question.
So is there anyone that want to respond to that question?
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Chair.
You may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Chair. Yes, so you'll see that those populations and migration issue, it is addressed to its best ability by the Statistical, and our colleagues here from Statistical will also confirm, it is that they use the censuses, right, to update, and there is that very good section in there monitoring those migrations between provinces. And that within the mid-year population estimates, which is the basis for this for calculating the equitable share, and so in the mid-year estimates, they also try using the the running surveys, like the general household surveys. So what happens is censuses is the master survey, if you like. It has the master frame. It shows how many people is where, and then also where they're going. But general household surveys and other run more frequently, say biannually or annually or every 5 years, and censuses is every 10 years. They also try do the best of its ability to account for those migrations. Even that, there is also in the equitable share formula that we use administrative like the LURIT, which is learner units tracking, the T, the LURIT is for tracking. So it can show, for example, the learner that appeared in school X in Eastern Cape, then moved to maybe Mpumalanga, then it will take that into account. So it does try its best using all available data that it can get to update and keep this migration or the equitable share formula outcome updated. So an honorable member, this question has been asked quite a few times, and to say with the last bit again is that remember that equitable share, its formula, it's a horizontal division of revenue instrument. It does not exactly address in the real sense of between spheres, being this session being a 3-sphere panel planning session. So it wouldn't change, for example, how much is going to national and how much goes to provinces. If there is a taking into account of these migrations between provinces, it means that the money that was supposed to go into, say, Eastern Cape, is now going to Mpumalanga. So it's a zero-sum game in the horizontal divisional revenue space, and really not much changes, as none at all actually done at the vertical level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chen. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Mbaba and Mr. Cheng. I will now request the Honorable I will call on Honorable Brown of the Free State to begin with his with a presentation of the Free State, and then I will hand over to Honorable Ngwenya to preside over the session. Over to you, Honorable Ngwenya. Can we please, can honorable members please mute? And can we then allow the MEC to continue, and Honorable Ngwenya will then chair the session. Am I not audible? Am I audible?
You are.
You
Chair.
are.
So can Honorable Brown then start the presentation, please?
All right, thank you.
Dit is ook die Here vir julle seën. Mens kan ook nie seën en
Honorable members, can you mute, please? Honorable members, can you mute, please? Honorable Gillian, Honorable Brown, you will then start, and Honorable Ngwenya will then chair from there.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, the Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, Premiers, MECs, all members present. Good morning. Honorable Chair, I'm going to share my presentation. I hope it is visible. I hope that is visible. Is everyone able to see the presentation for the Free State Province?
Yes, indeed.
All right, thank you. I do have another member with me. It is the MEC of Economic Development, Small Business, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. We decided on behalf of the Premier of the Free State, Masisi Ntombela, and her DG, that the cluster chairpersons, both myself as the governance chairperson of the cluster for governance and the economic chairperson for the cluster for the economy in the province, that will jointly do the presentation. So I'll go through the presentation, and the MEC will come, of Economic Development, MEC Mohale will come later if there's any additions. Chair, in terms of the purpose of today and outlining all three keynote speakers this morning, Chairperson, we also as a province looked at integrated policy and planning from both a national, provincial and local government perspective. And we looked at the National Development Plan and its goals of 2030, the long-term plan and the shared developmental agenda for the country. And based on that, we looked at the integrated coordination, convergence and seamless governance across all three spheres. And then, of course, we also added the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, as well as the product of the National Development Plan, but also to respond to the effects of this pandemic. And I would also add then the effects of global warming and the disasters that have happened over the past 3 years. I would also like to provide our condolences to all those who lost their lives during the pandemic and these floods recently. Chair, we've also then fostered into this presentation the district development model and how we've been able to practicalize it within the province. We also looked at the National Infrastructure Plan at 2050, and we utilized that program and that framework to deal with our infrastructure development goals as a province. And then we linked that to a medium-term strategic framework from 2019 to 2024, in line with the manifesto of the ruling party, as well as the apex priorities and interventions and target outcomes that support the NDP. The medium-term strategic framework is a framework that's outlined in terms of the planning and budgeting formulation for the province. Chair, this talks directly to the 6 pillars of the NDP and how we've been able to lift certain mechanisms through governance, social and economic to deal with all the matters that I had raised above. So those are the technical high-level items that we've utilized to formulate our strategy as the province, and it goes into the Free State Development, Free State Growth and Development Strategy. It goes to the District Development Plan, the One District, One Plan, One Budget. It talks to strengthening coordination and capacities. It deals government capacity and capability. It deals with the ethical state, urban development, and so many more line items that are aligned to the priorities of the province. Chair, under the governance priorities, if we could start there, as per the NDP, and also as we linked it specifically to our environment in the Free State Province, we looked at implementing programs to enable leadership in government to build capacity that will deal with some of our state institutions experiencing challenges that forms part of our medium-term strategic framework. And here we're looking at DPSA, we're looking at the Public Service Commission. You'll see that we utilize Chapter 9 institutions, we build it from national, we bring it into provincial, and then link it at a local level. To also manage the political administrative interface, and that also talks to the NDP, medium-term strategic framework, and then we deal with creating HOD positions and a DG position across the province to oversee it in line with the DPSA organogram and structure, implement a hybrid approach for HODs, and that is really just to talk about how do we manage the powers and functions of an executive authority versus the powers and functions of an accounting officer in line with the PFMA, and then of course subsequently the MFMA and various legislative frameworks. Implement an integrated monitoring system, and later we will talk to monitoring and evaluation, but this really talks to performance management, target setting, quarterly reporting, reporting to provincial parliaments, national parliaments, and how do we account from a public sector accountability perspective. The public entities governance system also is aligned to these governance priorities. We do a formal recruitment scheme, and it's in line with the administrative frameworks as well as the technical legislations that allow for us to deal with recruitments, delegations of authority, foster collaborations across the spheres of government. And then of course, in terms of the integrated planning in the Office of the Premier, job drivers such as water, sanitation, electricity, land, that all forms part of the integrated planning division within the Office of the Premier. As a governance team, we look at the oversight of all of these components, and then of course the sector departments who have to implement will have the budgets and then also the implementation tools and frameworks that need to go with that. And I'm going to just go high level because it's going to be quite a bit, another 2 or 3 slides. So what we do is we've also investigated sustainability of municipalities, and that goes into our budget council, our budget formula, discussions at cabinet level. It also then goes to the various NCOP select committees and committees from COCTA's perspective, from chief whips and other mechanisms to be able to deal with some of the public requirements in understanding the sustainability of municipalities in the Free State. We have a complaint management system, including a rapid response system at municipal level. We are working, and Treasury and COCTA subsequently has strengthened their functions internally to assist municipalities in guidance of supply chain, municipal finance management, so much so that we work together with CUT and the CETAs to provide each member of Troika to come out with an NQF level 7 degree once we have completed that program we're piloting in the Free State this year. And we also implement measures to wasteful, fruitless, irregular expenditure. We measure that, it's on our agenda on a regular basis. So as the governance cluster, not only do we deal with the key critical compliance matters for the departments, but we also do it for municipalities. And then we put in place programs to fight against and report corruption in governance, and that's working with our Chapter 9 institutions. We've also got a structure going where we have external audit, forensic auditors as well that can deal with these matters to help support the investigations locally, and then also with those Chapter 9 institutions. And we created units to investigate and finalize cases of financial misconduct, including that of irregular expenditure, so that we could reduce the database of our irregular expenditure in the province. We've implemented the DDM model across all 5 districts within the province. We've got 2 MECs that are champions. We've got ministers and deputy ministers that are champions. in each of those districts. And then we've also got representatives within departments as well as within the municipalities that deal with on-the-ground issues at any given time. Streamlined funding models with long-term growth. So we've included in our budget speeches the State of the Province address, aligned with the State of the Nation address, public-private partnerships, some of collaboration with social partners, our social compact. How do we deal with those type of measures to facilitate and augment the challenging fiscal framework that we have at the moment? We've also then expanded our collaboration once again with those social partners. We've dealt with effective measures to eliminate conditions that do conduct and enable a systemic corruption system. So we've put in place mechanisms and controls to deal with that in terms of either automated rotating systems to deal with invoices or quotations at any given time. We've institutionalized professional code of ethics, and each department has to go through a full program there. We monitor levels of mainstreaming, so we deal with the employment equity, mainstreaming across gender, age, sex, and so on and so forth in terms with the various critical white papers that provide us the guidance thereof. Improve community communication. So we do have feedback sessions, we do have outreach sessions, we do have communication sessions in terms of our structures on the social compact. And we implemented, once again, a complaint management system, both at provincial and local governments level. City, region governance, we've done intergovernmental action support, we've used land and buildings in urban and rural areas as a catalyst for spatial transformation, how we've been able to capacitate municipalities to be able to implement not only that, but also spatial development plans and incorporated climate change. I don't think we've done it sufficiently, and given the shock that we've just had in KZN, we can see that there's a lot of work as a province that we need to do specifically for the large agriculture and mining environment that we've got. The audit, municipal infrastructure resilience and readiness. So we do an audit on disaster management and future plans in that regard. The town planning, engineering services, the Office of the Premier spoke about some of the work that she's doing as oversight in her department, and we've also dedicated funding maintenance for current and previous infrastructure to reduce white elephants, to make sure that we recruit, employ and retrain qualified technical staff, not only in municipalities, but also government buildings, so that these structures that we've created from an infrastructure perspective are working optimally. And the economic priorities, and I think there are about 4 slides left, Chair, and I'm going to go through it very, very quickly because the MEC will also add. So our role is to deal with a comprehensive social compact to grow the economy, create jobs and combat hunger. So agriculture, human settlement, economic development, public works, police, roads and transport, and then areas of job drivers in health and education, that falls part of this cluster to deal with that economic targets. Support localization and industrialization within the province. It's something that's critical. The MEC just went through a process by legislating a bill for the province to deal with localization. The number of competitive small businesses, we've got a database, and we try and deal with the value add and a market framework within the province. We're looking at accelerating involvement of township enterprises and rural enterprises, women, cooperatives, specifically in the manufacturing value chain, and we've got industrial infrastructure in the province, quite a few, Botshabelo, Kutadichaba, the SEZ and others within the province that can be utilized to stimulate some of the manufacturing opportunities within the province. We expand government spend on women, youth and people with disabilities. We in terms of our medium-term expenditure framework and the strategic framework, we had said that we want to create 25,000 new opportunities across the province, and that is both at local and provincial. And we're also talking about private sector. It doesn't necessarily have to be within the government sphere itself or the public sphere itself. We implement programs to expand access to finance for those targeted groups, and what the MEC has done is created a cluster with DFIs, commercial banks and other banks to be able to assist with various funding opportunities. And then we need to market the special economic zones and the industrial parks to maintain our investment pipeline that is still ongoing. Land and women, we spoke about that earlier. The infrastructure rollout we spoke about earlier. Infrastructure violence on construction sites has been rapid and increasing. And I think in terms of having CWPs and individuals on the ground that deals with these matters, we try and deal with the response team to address it, although I think it can be further impactful if we have some support from SAP's perspective. Development of a fit-for-purpose procurement policy, and I think with the current changes or the Constitutional Court ruling against the Triple PFA, we have to look at some sort of delivery of procurement frameworks in the province, but aligned to what National is trying to achieve at the moment. Illegal imports are still an issue. Illegal mining is still an issue. As you know, there are a few zamazamas in our area. We've got clear programs that are outlined to deal with that. And of course, the fourth and fifth, which we're leaping forward into the fifth industrial revolution, digital excellence, and ICT is critical for young people in this province, and we're working on innovation programs. Small-scale small-scale mining, in all those spheres are opportunities, and it's aligned to our Free State growth and development strategy. All the other matters that I'm raising here, which we'll share with this committee chairperson, is all aligned to the Free State growth and development strategy. So you'll see that our primary sectors are really mining and agriculture, and we've worked and galvanized a value chain as well as an economic recovery program around those two. But the growing sectors eventually are logistics, distribution, your ICT, your technology, and we've also then been able to incorporate that outside of the manufacturing and transport. Chair, again, we're looking at unlocking some of the challenges, the barriers to entry for some of our SMMEs. We're also looking at the corridors together with National on reinvigorating those town economies, but transport corridors, for example, we're on the border of the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, in fact, to be on the border of more than 7 other provinces. So to be able to deal with those corridors effectively and be able to deal with infrastructure to make sure goods get to markets at a given time with the ports around the coast is some of the work that we're trying to achieve in the province together with National and the DTIC. We also looking at the last is textile, food, re-engineering, those subsectors that were once very achievable within the province. The last issue is the social priority. Largely 73% of our budget goes to social cluster, and these are to protect and nurture our pro-poor policy and in line with what the FFC has outlined in terms of the weighting and the positioning of the Division of Revenue Act. You'll find that a lot of our funding and performance happens within the section. Education, as you're aware, Free State has been #1 over the past 3 years, and largely it is because of the priorities in the sector. The ECDs have now moved from social development to education, so we're seeing that shift happening. We're then also looking at the legislative framework in terms of health and the health facilities as we meet the NHI certification and accreditation requirements, as we're linking and migrating our health policies in that regard. The litigation matters are still very critical for us, and that also talks to all 3 spheres of government. Our funding and our sector development in terms of the health and education sectors are clear in terms of what the sector requirements would be, and each of them have business and case studies that have to go to National before we can implement at a provincial level. So I think this is well coordinated in all 3 spheres as we have to outline as requested. Social development and social welfare, and we call it social development interventions because we're trying to shift the paradigm from being able to just receive, but also an intervention where we see we're transforming and developing poor, underdeveloped environments, poverty-stricken environments into a more economic environment. And you'll see with social development in the province, we're working on programs and standards outside of the facilitation of psychological support and psychological support, but also support in terms of being able to be independent and being able to do things for themselves. So from GBV, substance abuse, food security and nutrition security, poverty alleviation programs, homeless and social homes and social clusters, TVET colleges, and so on and so forth. We've created a section and a value chain that could assist with some of these challenges that we are seeing within the province and at a local government level as well. So there's a request to acquire land for redistribution, restitution and tenure on reform for social as well. And this is some of the work that we're doing with the ECDs, the ability for individuals to train and also look at some of the work from the social cluster as well. From human settlement, we're looking at integrated human settlements. We're also looking at land parcels that we're dealing with, the social housing, the finance-linked individual subsidy program. So we've got various mixed housing initiatives within the province so that we can deal with a holistic framework to support the needs of our people. Some may be able to provide some financial support, others not. Title deeds and title deed allocation, all of those programs are also aligned to the requirements at human settlement at national level, and then also we integrate that at a provincial and local level together with bulk infrastructure, water, electricity, and some of the requirements. We've placed on all of them, Honourable Chair, targets. So if we're saying that in the first 3 years we will do 7,537, just a mad figure of transfer of title deeds, we manage that on a quarterly basis. And we also have human settlement at national, holding the province and municipalities accountable. On gender-based violence and on issues of the Department of Women, we've also looked at some of the work that needs to be dealt at both national, provincial and local with various sector departments that have to come in. So it's policing, it is Office of the Premier, it is the National and Presidency's Office, National Department. We do some social and sports, arts, culture programs to be able to develop and deal with international athletes. That also forms part of our social cluster. Sports structures also forms part of our social cluster. So this cluster has social development, health, education, sports, arts and culture, and we've looked at some of the highlighted areas there, included it in this presentation, and we provide target setting to support some of the work that we have to filter through at a national level, where the NDP requires targets from provinces as well. That comes to the end of Free State's presentation. I hope that we can allow the Secretariat to have a copy and we could all align and look at some sort of framework and template to support National's requirement in terms of what is anticipated and expected out of today's workshop. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and the leadership here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honourable member. Honourable members, I will continue with the program. The next presentation, I'm going to call Honourable Tau, Pax Tau from Gauteng. Then the members are going to take questions after the whole presentation of the provinces.
I'm sorry, Chair. I do apologize. I did mention that my other MECs here. I'm not sure if there's anything that you'd like to add before we continue. I do apologize.
Brown, we gave you 15 minutes and provinces are supposed to share that 15 minutes among themselves. Unfortunately, we won't be able to allow Free State any longer because we must also accommodate the other provinces. Can they share the 15 minutes amongst themselves and assist us so that we can remember load shedding starts at 2 o'clock again? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Tao.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to greet the presiding officers, premiers, ministers, colleagues, and honorable members, and of course, all the organizations that are presenting this morning, the Statistician General, the Finance and Fiscal Commission.
Sorry, Honorable Tao, if I may, I'm sorry for interrupting you. This is a direct broadcast on the parliamentary channel. If possible, can MECs please show their faces on the, I'm sorry, Honorable Ngwenya, but I just see that they are not opening the videos. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
With your Gauteng. Look, no, you are fine. You look good.
Gauteng is visible.
Yes, Gauteng is visible. Thanks very much, Honorable Tao. You can continue.
Thank you very much. I'd already acknowledged and greeted in line with protocol earlier. On behalf of the Premier of the Gauteng Provincial Government, we thank you for granting us a platform to share the work being done by the Gauteng Provincial Government in its developmental focus towards responding effectively to the COVID-19 health and economic pandemic. In our presentation, we are mindful to respond to the overall theme of this session focused on the three-sphere planning session, namely that of strengthening three-sphere planning, coordination and oversight through a targeted policy focus for accelerated implementation. This session focuses on our collective responses to COVID-19, but we're also compelled, Honorable Chair, to respond to the cumulative causes and the net effects of the 2021 July civil unrest, and indeed the recent national state of disaster as has been experienced in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in particular, but also the effects on the Eastern Cape, and of course the fire in the Western Cape. In addition, we also have to reckon with the exogenous factors, and specifically the Russia-Ukraine armed conflict, whose economic impact is tangibly felt in South Africa in terms of escalating food prices, energy, and fertilizers. These colliding challenges place a spotlight on government across the three spheres to anticipate both man-made and natural disasters, but also the existential urgency to build pandemic-resilient institutions and infrastructures. Chairperson, as the Gauteng Provincial Government, the following comprises our province's development focus to respond effectively to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. These interventions are guided by the Growing Gauteng Together GGT 2030 Plan of Action. This practical policy blueprint seeks to rebuild back better the Gauteng city region, to double the size of the economy and cut by half the levels of unemployment in our province. To realize the effective implementation, coordination, and oversight of the GGT 2030, we have since set up implementation mechanisms through a variety of war rooms that the Premier has initiated in the province. These range from looking at government inefficiencies, if you like, through an intervention that looks at addressing red tape in government. But there's also a war room on poverty and indeed a war room on the economy. And I'll focus a bit on the war room on the economy, which I have the responsibility of coordinating in the province. In essence, this war room functions as a fusion center and clustering capacity platform where public and private sector interventions cluster around for specific high-impact 10 growth sectors, projects, and programs. This war room deals with initiatives geared to driving economic as well as programmatic work on major industrial corridors. These anchored by special economic zones. In this operational and implementational context, the war room and its action labs have been working directly with industry and industry associations to agree on specific high-impact action points, and also providing market expansion for firms of all sizes and fostering high volumes of jobs in the process. The ultimate outcome of this is to emphasize aggregation of initiatives between the public and private sectors and between government and civil society and citizen-centric organizations. Firstly, this is done through targeted social compacting, which is facilitating opportunities in new industrial corridors anchored by the special economic zones. One of the most effective SEZ is the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone that has entered full operation mode. Thus far, this special economic zone has become something of a benchmark in facilitating employment of 2,000 direct jobs, 10,000 indirect jobs, and the creation of 5,000 construction jobs. Our efforts to drive localization are extended through the VAL SEZ, where investments of over 42 billion rand have been secured. Working with our private sector partners like Sibanye Stillwater, they have provided land donation of over 5,000 hectares dedicated to solar farms, manufacturing of green buses, and 1,000 hectares rather for plantation and processing of hemp. Secondly, our Township Economic Partnership Fund is presently live, and over 500 million rand is being made available to SMMEs in all of Gauteng's 10 high growth priority sectors. This partnership fund is an example of impactful social compacting, where the provincial government is working in partnership with the Industrial Development Corporation. Anchoring this partnership fund is the game-changing Township Economic Development Bill, and soon to be an act that will progressively reshape, inarguably for succeeding generations, the economic geography of the townships in Gauteng through township enterprise zones. This will be done, for instance, by cutting red tape, targeted tax incentives, targeted funding, and targeted procurement. Honorable members, thirdly, effectively responding to the cumulative impact of COVID-19 additionally necessarily involves prioritizing structural transformation of government and the economic landscape by being explicitly biased towards women, young people, and township-based enterprises. Working assiduously towards this policy and legislative directives as the Gauteng provincial government, while ensuring that 75% of goods and services are procured locally. In fact, to date, the province has procured over 800 million rand of its goods and services from township-based enterprises. Our target is that 40% of all procurement spend should come from township-based enterprises. Fourthly, addressing food insecurity and poverty alleviation remains a priority given the global effects of the Russia-Ukraine war. In this regard, we've prioritized urban food production as a catalyst for food security and a solidarity economy by creating this year alone a Black Farmers database that enables Black farmers to supply, for example, the provincial government, and have also entered into a similar agreement with the South African National Defence Force. We have been relatively successful in enabling farming communities to access 7 existing agri-parks, which generate both permanent and temporary employment. This has entailed increasing and improved participation of previously disadvantaged individuals in the agri-food value chain. Honorable members, linked to promoting economic inclusion and food security, the province is also emphasizing social inclusion. In this regard, the Gauteng City Region Accelerated Social Transformation Strategy has adopted the following key intervention focus areas, which are underpinned by the NDP's elements of decent standards of living. And these are quality basic education, improving access to quality early childhood development, targeted interventions for responding to the skills needs of the people of Gauteng, quality public health care, and this focuses on integrated school healthcare programs, management of teenage pregnancy, mental health services, substance abuse prevention, treatment and rehabilitation, and NHI implementation. And lastly, eradicating urban poverty and hunger through enhancing the capabilities of the identified groups and communities to achieve sustainable livelihoods and household food and nutrition security. Also tackling child comprehensive basket of ECD services. Honorable Chairperson, this is another reason and motivation why the Gauteng provincial government is investing in, amongst others, alternative energy solutions and off-grid energy solutions, as witnessed in the province's manufacturing belts in Emfuleni and Ekurhuleni. This will enable us to secure access for households to energy, but also ensuring access for an industrial baseload in our province. In conclusion, we are focused on ensuring that coordination happens through the district development model, and the DDM deserves continued support to mobilize resources, foster a collective vision to empower communities and share scarce skills and data gathering. Once again, on behalf of the Premier of Gauteng, thank you for providing this platform to share evidence-based experience and best practices on our side. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Pakstau. But in the beginning, I did see Gauteng. After that, Gauteng was gone. Now Katuvela food. But thanks very much, Minister MEC.
No, Gauteng is in the house, Chair.
I want to jump in. Honorable members, we are continuing with our speakers list. The next presentation is from MEC of Limpopo, Honorable Sikati. I don't know whether I'm spelling very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Sekwati.
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 Okay, Sekwati. Okay,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Let me take this opportunity and thank you for allowing me to come and represent the Premier and the government of Limpopo in this occasion. I will not take much. I'll try and skip some of. I hear that we've got strictly minutes that we have been, or time that we must stick to. So I'll just stick to it and make sure that some of the slides. I'm not sure if we are able to share the presentation. Let me see. Comes to conclusions. Let's go to page 5. Start with page 5. Thank you. Just to give a brief background in terms of how we looked at some of the programs that we are trying to implement in order to make sure that we make interventions, particularly the socio-economic interventions in the province. First and foremost, we understand that the Greater Sub-Saharan region is expected to grow by 4% in 2021, as the slowest recovery in the world compared to advanced markets and other emerging markets and developing economies. And the South African economy has achieved about 4.9% in 2021. Though it's unlikely that our country will be able to maintain this momentum in 2022, according to the IMF. And if we can go straight to the provincial outlook, the provincial output has been on the decline since 2018 to 0.6 from 2.1 in 2017, and it deteriorated to 0.2% in 2019 before plunging to minus 7% in 2020. And as mining output, retail sales improve, the provincial output is also expected to recover to 5.8 in 2021. And in terms of the provincial, just to show that the provincial output has been on the decline since 2018 to 0.6 from 2.1 to in 2017. It has deteriorated to 0.2 in 2019 before plunging to 7% in 2020. I've already shown that. However, this is a structure just to show how our various sectors are contributing to the economy. You can see the first slide is on 2014, and the second slide it's on 2020. Just by opposing the two, it is clear that the growth from various sectors has been very, very minimal. You can see that in mining, we have gained at least about 4% from 25% to 29%. But agriculture, we have also grown by very marginal growth. Manufacturing as well, we have declined a little bit. And a number of sectors shows that we are actually not doing well. And therefore, there is a need for a very clear efforts to transform the structure of the economy. And yet it's not an easy task for us to be able to change the paradigm shift. The approach to industrialize the province will require massive infrastructure, skills, investment, and continuous dialogue with the private sector. Mining and quarrying is still a major contributor towards the provincial economy with 29%. And this is telling us that we're still in an extractive economy where we are just mining some of this commodity and getting them on trucks and the trains out of the country. And that does not necessarily help us, firstly, to create jobs, but as well to make sure that we are able to industrialize both the province, but also the country in general, because it's basically mostly based on extractive economy. If we look at agriculture, we are doing well in agriculture, yes, but we still have got a huge potential to grow our agricultural sector, particularly if we have to go into agro-processing, which has not been the case so far. And in terms of value add, we still have to transport most of our manufactured goods, in agriculture, or produced goods in agriculture to Gauteng province, and they come back as added value. We can go to the next slide on the impact of COVID-19 on Limpopo economy. In the provinces elsewhere, lockdowns and workplace closures disrupted supply chains and lowered productivity, while purely in terms of level of infections can also disrupt labor supply. The lockdown restriction also caused a significant contraction in consumer demand for both goods and services. And beyond the country's borders and the disruption to production and supply chains and the collapse of commodity prices, together with all these factors, it has resulted in reduced business confidence investment appetite and ability of firms to invest over the medium and long term. Significant employment losses, both particularly in the private sector, but also we have not seen any growth in any of our public sector. Can we move on? We also have seen the unemployment rate that has been on the increase in the recent times due to COVID-19 pandemic. And according to Statistical labor survey, the official unemployment rate increases from 23.1% in 2019 Q4 to 33.9% in 2021 Q4, clearly because of low economic activity due to COVID-19. And this is an increase of more than 10% in terms of unemployment in the province since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, the expanded unemployment rate has reached 50% mark of the working age population and is sitting at 52.8% in 2021 Q4. The rate of unemployment amongst young people has also been on the increase, and this trend is expected to rise due to lack of opportunities for young people as a result of slow skills level and lack of experience. As the South African government has set aside an economic stimulus package of 500 billion to mitigate against the impact of COVID-19 on the population and the economy. As Limpopo government, we have set aside an economic stimulus of 500 million as a short-term measure. And the Executive Council approved Limpopo's Industrial Development Master Plan, which is a medium to long-term measure. There are a number of areas which are for short-term interventions. That is the support for SMMEs, the relief package from the Limpopo Economic Development Agency to those SMMEs that are on their loan book, for the economic development to focus on the waste management, the relief package for those that are in the recycling sector. And there is also the relief package for those that are in the tourism sector. There are also issues of ensuring that we are able to finalize the environmental management framework for the Musina Mercado SCZ, and they have an interdependent review of Musina Mercado SCZ environmental impact assessment report. And there is in agriculture, we have looked at the production inputs to farmers, which was amounted to 57 million, 400 million commitment to the route agency Limpopo to ensure that we are able to deal with our public transport network integrated system. The creative industry from sports, arts and culture as well has had a little bit of a contribution towards those interventions. And in terms of the Limpopo socio-economic recovery plan action plan, we have got the township and rural economy and informal business. We are also focusing on issues of business owned by men, by women, youth, and people with disabilities. We are also looking at the productivity program to ensure that we are able to assist the companies that are particularly in the manufacturing, operating in the manufacturing sector, companies in distress, but also looking at the cluster of companies that are being developed for global competitiveness. We are looking at the establishment of digital hubs in Seshego and Kwankua, which is a part of the revitalization of industrial parks, a project that is financed through the DTIC as well as the Limpopo Economic Development. We're also looking at the same hub in Nkwankua, which is at 90% completion. We are looking at the creation of temporary jobs through EPWP and youth programs and expanding those. We're looking at the manufacturing support program for Limpopo SMME who are in manufacturing. We're looking at the recycling included, and we are looking at a number of expansion of food parcels programs to households whose income is less than 3,000 per month. We are looking at the Business Registration and Compliance Act, which is encouraging businesses that are in the province to be registered within their municipalities, and we've also devolved that function to the municipalities so that municipalities are able as well to ensure that they can generate revenue, but also have the basic information in terms of companies that are operating at that level. In terms of medium to long-term measures, which is based on industrialization, we're looking at the establishment of the Science and Technology Park, where Polokwane municipality has already contributed land. We're looking at the master plan and the business plan reviewed and finalized. We are looking at Tubatsi Special Economic Zone, where we're looking at mineral beneficiation and manufacturing, and the process is still at the registration level. However, we have already have got a number of investors or potential investors in the area, and we believe that it should be able to move at a faster pace. We've already allocated at least about 35 million to ensure that there is a movement in that regard. The Musina Makado SEZ, which is also looking at the mineral beneficiation. However, the difference is that in Tubatsi Special Economic Zone, we are looking at the potential that is there because Tubatsi it's an area where we are creating or we are mining more of your platinum resources and other minerals that are related to the PGMs, but also in the Waterberg district. And therefore, we're looking at more in terms of energy, processed goods like your fuel cells from a platinum group of metals. In Musina Makado, we're looking at the beneficiation of and the production of steel-based commodities in that area. And we are also looking at the rollout of a broadband infrastructure, which we had already, as a government, spend more than at least 500 million in terms of ensuring that the areas that are not covered with fiber, we are able to duct fiber and ensure that the connectivity will become easy in this rural province of Limpopo. In terms of agricultural programs, we are looking at the macadamia development, which is still at the concept stage. However, we are looking at Vembe district, and we've got 2,200 hectares at Chivase and Papuli and Chakuma, and we are also establishing a pack house there. Zebediela citrus, we know that this was one of the largest citrus projects in the country. And at the moment, we are trying to work with the CPAs to make sure that we are able to resuscitate those and make sure that they can continue to contribute jobs, but also grow the economy of the province. We're looking at the Limbeck citrus. We have also set aside, which is in set resources aside, which is in the Waterberg district. We're looking at the avocado development in the Mahoba Community Trust in Mopani and Capricorn. Through the community trusts, we are looking at the resuscitation of the Boskop citrus in Mopani district as well. The key risks in the Limpopo economy, even before the COVID pandemic outbreak, remains the sustained low economic growth rates, unemployment and poverty. The provincial economy historically has poor economic structure. As for the longest of the time, it mainly has been an extractive economy and supported by government services, as I've already mentioned. Diversification into expansion of the industrial sector is yet to attain significant strides. We are only at the beginning with the SEZs to make sure that we are able to beneficiate and make sure that we can accrue more value in terms of what we have. The intensive implementation of the special economic zones in the province can become the basis of provincial recovery from the devastating adverse effects of COVID-19. As a province, we also need to reform our traditional economies and diversify in response to new challenges and new changes and opportunities presented by COVID. And this means that the province needs to invest in exploration of new ways of doing things and thereby improving productivity in all economic sectors. And the Limpopo economies are dependent on the extractive industries and tourism, while the impact from the community prices presents a better prospect towards the economic recovery. A reduction in both international and domestic tourism will be felt in the economy as in the foreseeable future. We are also looking at ensuring that we're strengthening the DDM development model to ensure that we also strengthen our municipalities, both at the structural level in terms of capacity, but also in terms of ensuring that there are systems in place, working with COCTA in the province. We are trying to make sure that there is that support that we're able to give to municipalities, because we understand that all the development initiatives that we have spoken about are going to have to take shape in those municipalities, and therefore we are focusing more in terms of also ensuring that the provincial government itself is capacitated to ensure that there is more support and capacitation of our local municipalities. And I thank you for this opportunity, Chairperson. Was I audible, Chair? It looks like.
Yes, you are, Honorable Member.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I am done. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next presentation is going to be done by Honorable B. Shiba from Mpumalanga, MEC from Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me greet you and greet all the presiding officers. And Chair, due to the load shedding where I am, I would request that when time go on, I will switch off my video. Chair, I will request someone to beam the presentation for me, Chair, on the screen. The DG is here with us. Is it possible, DG?
Yes, MEC, through you, Honorable Chair, the presentation will be beamed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the meantime, I'm presenting on behalf of the Premier of Mpumalanga, Mary Philip Tweni Tsipane, Chair, as per the brief that you gave us. As Mpumalanga Province, we have prepared our presentation, and it covers Mpumalanga Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and an annexure of the revised provincial medium-term strategic framework for 2019-2024, in line with the revised national medium-term strategic framework for the same period. Chairperson, in terms of Mpumalanga economic target and status, in line with the National Development Plan of 2030, the province has set its target for the MTSF 2024 in dealing with the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality as follows: to reduce poverty rate from 46% to 25%, to reduce unemployment from 35.3% to 20%, and to reduce the inequality gap to less than 0.60. To achieve this target, Chair, the Mpumalanga's economic growth rate should be at more than 5%. However, since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the targets seem too high to achieve by 2024. Chairperson, I will not dwell much on this slide that is talking about the impact of COVID-19 on the provincial economy and livelihoods. I will just zoom straight to the economic growth, construction per sector, job losses, gains in Mpumalanga 2020. Chairperson, we have experienced economic growth on agriculture and finance, where on agriculture, the economic growth is at 10.6%, where job gains it's at the tune of 7,897. And on finance, we are at 0.4% growth, and where job gains is at 3,436, Chair. And on other sectors, we have experienced the job losses. On the ERRP, in brief, Chair, as a response to the prevailing conditions due to COVID-19 pandemic, Mpumalanga developed an economic reconstruction and recovery plan as an implementation plan of the National Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan with the following objectives: the mitigating the negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy and livelihoods, place the provincial economy on a growth trajectory that creates more job opportunities for the people of Mpumalanga, and to galvanize support of social partners and focusing on game changer or catalytic projects and interventions. Chair, the ERRP priorities is anchored on the 6 pillars as follows: infrastructure, investment, and delivery. The aim of this one is to unlock more economic and employment opportunities, enhance connectivity, and promote sustainable and integrated human settlement. And the next one is growth through industrialization, localization, and export promotion. The aim is to expand manufacturing industries from resource-based to knowledge-based manufacturing industries, and enable broader economic growth and labor absorption. The third one is sufficient, secure, and reliable energy supply and green economy initiatives to promote a low carbon economy, protection of ecosystem degradation, and increase efficiency in the utilization of natural resources, including the creation of green jobs. And the next one is employment stimulus and economic inclusion of women and youth. On this one, we want to intensify public employment programs to create a large number of jobs in the shorter term and increase procurement spend to support women and youth, and on growth and recovery of tourism to drive the implementation of the National Tourism Sector Recovery Plan, focus on the 3 phases, namely protect and rejuvenate, supply, reignite demand, and strengthening the enabling capacity in the sector. And on agriculture and food security, we want to increase crop and livestock production to ensure food security, and in the process, create more employment and small-scale business opportunities, including opening new markets for local commodities. On the next slide, Chair, it's a list of catalytic projects per pillar. On infrastructure investment, as I indicated above, Chair, we're having a number of projects that we want to do as the Mpumalanga province, of which I will emphasize on a few of them because there are so many on this one. The rehabilitation of the coal haulage network, of which the key output there is 50.7 kilometer of coal haulage road network, visual condition assessed, rehabilitated, reconstructed, resealed, and patched. And on upgrading of Moloto Road, that is your R573, the major road linking the northwest part of Mpumalanga to the province of Gauteng to unlock economic opportunities, and as well as improvement of tourism road infrastructure, where 26 kilometer of roads rehabilitated, where 5.6 kilometer of roads upgraded from gravel to surface road. Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market, a chairperson, where will be able to create 469 jobs. And on Central Road Maintenance, Chair, major roads linking the Mpumalanga province economic corridors to neighborhood provinces. On Nkosi City Integrated Human Settlement, Secunda West, Langverbach Integrated Human Settlement, Mzunoni Extension 11, and 18 integrated human settlement. We're talking of the bulk water and sewer infrastructure that will be installed, where a number of township residential and non-residential sites service with the municipal engineering services. On the next slide, Chair, which is slide 11. Move to slide 11, please. Yes, on slide 11, we are talking of a disaster relief intervention, where we're now talking about the growth through industrialization, localization, and export promotion, where we're talking of establishment of the Nkomazi special economic zones. The SEZ interim phase completed and site ready for development to commence, and that will be the establishment of the SEZ entity, business and master plan developed, township establishment, detailed design and appointment of the SEZ operator concluded. In terms of the development of a petrochemical industrial technology park, the key output there is the project initiation phase completed and site ready for development, and the establishment of SPV, township establishment, and detailed designs also concluded. In terms of rejuvenating of Eka Industrial Park, the existing infrastructure of Eka Industrial Park revitalized and new investors attracted to the park. In terms of pillar number 4, which is the employment of stimulus and economic inclusion of women and youth. Social enterprise development program, where small enterprises in the build industry supported in terms of your women and youth, and the increased access to funding for business SMMEs and cooperatives, where MEGA is having 68 loans application in the pipeline, amounting to the tune of 213.4 M. That will, the key output there will be access to funding to unlock opportunities for inclusive growth and job creation. And on Mpumalanga Youth Development Fund project, access to funding for young people to unlock opportunities for inclusive growth and job creation. In terms of the increased investment in skills and business development through the incubation program, where we're talking of MSI, FinTech, Future Production and Technology Incubator. The key output there is to train and skill SMEs in furniture production, upholstery, stainless steel fabrication, and for IR future technology. On the next slide, that is talking about growth and recovery of tourism. We're talking of the project that is God's Window Skywalk P project, Barberton Makunja Mountain World Heritage Site and Railway Heritage Tourism project, where God's Window Skywalk project implemented as a new tourism attraction, 110 medium job created during construction and 65 long-term job during the operational phase. And Barberton Makunja Mountain World Heritage Site developed and creating more opportunities for business. Over 50 new job opportunities created. On Railway Heritage Tourism Project, the key output there is that new tourism and heritage train project established. Over 1,000 job opportunities will be created. On the next slide about agriculture and food security, Chair, we're talking of a program that is Pesgom Konomlimi to increase agricultural production, where 14,700 hectares to be plowed and planted, 487 food guidance supported, household provided with fruit trees. On livestock development to increase agricultural production, we're talking of 2 times feedlot complexes established, provision live stock sets, dairy, beef, small stock, and aquaculture. On Zondindlala to increase agricultural production, the key output there is nurseries of fruit trees established in all districts to supply household through partnership with commodity association, emerging farmers trained on consecutive agriculture and training to no-till equipment, land care, continuous engaged with research and academic activities. On increase of broader participation in agro-processing industry and market value chain, acquisition of land for the 2 new agri-hubs facilitated, and planning of the new sites in terms of the environmental impact assessment, soil and water investigation facilitated, acquisition of land to relocate rugs facilitated, and 2 times sorghum milling plant supported in terms of rugs milling, of which is 100% African youth owned, and MAV milling 100% African female owned. And on Mpumalanga Young Farmer Incubator program, which is the Fortune 40, land to support Fortune 40 graduates have been acquired, and comprehensive support to newly acquired farms for more Fortune 40 beneficiaries provided. On the next slide, that is talking about the district wide high impact project. We're talking of Barberton Tourism Development Hub, your Middleburg Hotel and Convention Center, where the hotel facility and convention center developed, including related supporting services to growing the local tourism industry, where 120 permanent jobs created and 1,000 jobs will be created during construction. And Emakazeni High Altitude Sports Center, where Emakazeni High Altitude Sports Center established, talented youngsters trained and developed in different sporting codes to grow a competitive sport culture in the province. In terms of low scope regional bulk water supply scheme, statutory compliance requirements completed, implementation readiness study IRS completed, and approved for construction, where 350 temporary jobs created during construction over a period of 5 years. In terms of upgrading main district corridors, we're talking of the upgrading of the district main corridors, and that the digital infrastructure development investment is in the low cost and high speed and easily accessible digital infrastructure. On aerospace development, the development of Emelo Airport into an aerospace industrial hub to accommodate aircraft parts manufacturers and warehousing, flight school, aircraft mechanic training in terms of the SEZ declaration, upgrade roads and basic service infrastructure in terms of water and electricity, and the light industrial hub, of which is we're talking of renovation and conversion of old buildings to industrial workshop. On the next slide, in terms of the high impact project, it's a Tutuka Enterprise Project, it's a Tutuka EPWP sector-based skills development program and tourism information offices. The key output is as indicated on the slide, where self-sustainable SMMEs and cooperative business that are able to create jobs for local communities, and the creation of short-term jobs through municipal projects, as well as the work opportunities created through the EDM sector-based skills development program, and the dissemination tourism information and to promote local tourism products and service delivery efficiently. On the next slide, we're talking of, the next slide, please. The project from the National Investment Project Chairperson, we're having 4 companies that is going to assist or invest Chairperson as per the National Investment Conference. That is Yosasol, the PG, Bison, Yosonai, Aruko, and Anglo-African Metals, where chair the economic subsector there. On Sasol is the chemicals, on PG Bison is the forestry and paper, and Saneo Aruko is the furniture, and Anglo-African Metal, it's mining and mineral beneficiations at the amount that is indicated on the slide. In terms of enablers to support the MERRP chair, resource mobilization to augment the public purse and the fight against corruption to restore government integrity, regulatory reforms for easing and reducing the cost of doing business, building social compacts for shared vision to economic growth and development, strengthening the capacity of the state to assume a developmental posture, communication, and the digital economy to unlock inclusive growth and skills development and innovation, to embrace and remain on the cutting edge of technology, and to support for SMMEs, cooperatives, and startups to drive economic transformation and economic integration into the African continent, to open new market opportunities through taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Chairperson, in terms of the recommendation, Chair, it is recommended that the National Council of Provinces notes the report and make comments and recommendations. Thank you very much, House Chairperson, for an opportunity.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, we are continuing with our presentation. The next presentation is going to be done by the Premier of Northwest, Honorable B. Mape, Premier of Northwest. Can you please come in?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Baba.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the NCOP, honorable premiers, if they are on the platform, honorable MECs, the chair of the NCOP, I don't know whether he's still with us, Amos Masondo, Honorable Amos Masondo, officials from States SA. I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide you, Honorable Chair, and members of this of the NCOP and others attending this meeting with a brief overview of key issues that we think are related to the topic that was given to us. We are looking at the province's development policy focus, particularly as we respond effectively to the impact of COVID-19. We, as the province, just like the entire country, found the COVID-19 to be devastating in terms of its impact on life and the economy. And our response is particularly focusing on the economy. We have looked at how it has affected us. And so we have agreed that we have to look carefully at capacity of the state to plan, to anticipate disasters, to monitor, to have in place both infrastructure and staff to deal with issues like COVID-19. But we have said we want to move beyond COVID-19. We want to seriously address, which was exacerbated by COVID-19, unemployment. And we can only address unemployment effectively if we stimulate economic growth. But in order for us to create an environment that will be conducive for investment, we need to look closely at the provision of basic services. We are a very scarce water province, and we want to look at water infrastructure. We want to look at sanitation. We want to look at reliable power, of course, looking at green energy. We want also to look at provision of housing. We have experienced after COVID or during COVID floods in our province. And again, we could see that we were not adequately prepared to really provide people with shelter. Houses were destroyed by the floods. And so we are saying we have to look at housing and how we can quickly provide people with housing during disasters. By the floods. And we have to look at how we repair those roads. We have to engage with the Finance and Fiscal Commission and look at allocations. Because you have our rural roads, which are gravel. And we want to argue that to maintain them is more expensive than having surfaced roads, because we have to do the repair quite frequently. And if we have heavy rains, the entire road is washed away. We want to reimagine our province, and we want to reimagine it by saying, how can we make this province look differently? And we are looking for a partnership for economic development. Of course, based on the economic recovery and reconstruction plan. We have been engaging labor because we believe in social compact. We have been engaging a range of business sectors, from the mines to commerce and industry, agriculture to tourism. Our message is one: let's work together and collaborate in order to build our economy and recover from the economic impact of COVID-19. We are emphasizing that we have to build the capacity of the state to plan. Sometimes it takes too long to plan, particularly infrastructure projects. And we have cases where even allocations like the conditional grants have to be returned because the project planning was slow. We really want to develop this capacity, and we have engaged Infrastructure South Africa in the presidency to assist us with developing this capacity. We are expediting the documentary processes in relation to Bujanala SEZ. We were awaiting the license, and we want to push the Department of Trade and Industry to really quicken the pace. We are looking at our development institutions, and we must say this is a mistake, maybe not only afflicting the Northwest, where we discovered that we inherited these institutions from the old Bantustans, and they were not really restructured. Their focus is still the old focus. So we are looking at them and say, how can we change them and ensure that they are relevant to the challenges of today and they assist us in contributing to economic growth in the province. Furthermore, we have identified a number of projects which we call mega projects. The majority of them have some funding, others we are still looking for funding, and we had presented them at the investment conference. We have formed a committee in the Premier's office, which we call Premier Infrastructure Coordinating Committee. We think that infrastructure is key, and therefore we have to give focused attention to infrastructure, both social infrastructure and economic infrastructure and road infrastructure. As I said, the unit in the presidency is helping us to set up the structure. In conclusion, we are saying that we have learned lessons from COVID-19. We have realized that basic services are key to really attracting investment. No investor wants to travel on a road with potholes. No investor wants to sleep in a hotel where there is no provision of water for a day or two. Load shedding is also a problem. And so we set up what we call, some people call it the war room, we call it the op center, that monitors in all municipalities, that monitors service delivery, whether there's water disruption, whether there is provision of electricity, whether the potholes are being sealed. And this op center is doing good work. We have since managed to ensure that if a service is disrupted, the disruption does not go beyond a day. We try to intervene, particularly as it pertains to water and electricity. We have a direct line where Eskom is providing. We have discovered that Eskom, in some cases, in some townships, they punish even the innocent, where people are connecting illegally. Instead of identifying those few people and punishing them, they punish the whole section. And then the whole section will stay without electricity for some time. So we have engaged them. And so we continue even trying to deal with this difficult problem, Comrade Chairperson, this difficult problem of debt to Eskom. We have held several meetings with them, and they have agreed they will not cut the service to the municipality without engaging us. Because if they continue doing that, then which investor will come to that town to come and invest? Because from time to time, if the municipality, for one reason or the other, fails to honor its obligation towards paying Eskom in time, then electricity is cut. So we are having a good relationship with Eskom, and we've convinced them before they effect those cuts, they must talk to us. I want to conclude by saying that, yes, we are doing all these things within the context of building a social compact, within the context of economic reconstruction and recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Prima. Honorable members, this was our last presentation, and now I would like to see the hands of the members that wanted to ask questions. And I will ask my colleagues to assist me in terms of the members that have raised their hands. Dr. Kaini, please help me. Thank you. Honorable members, I don't see any hands. Chairperson, Honorable Masondo, can you please guide me? There's no hands that is up in terms of the questions. May Sylvia advise?
If there are no hands, Chair, why don't we should move on to the next session?
Okay. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, the next session is supposed to be the Deputy Speaker of National Assembly and the Chief Whip, Honorable S.L. Chinoli, MP, and the Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Speaker, National Assembly. Deputy Speaker, are you present?
The Deputy Speaker is not present, Honorable Ngwenya. You can give over to the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Okay, is it
Chairperson Masondo?
He present?
He is present.
Okay. Bob Masondo, the Chairperson of the next session of Provincial Focus. The first speaker is Honorable Hatebe, Chair of Chairs, Free State, Provincial Legislature, then Chairperson of the NCP will continue to share the session. Honorable Ungan Hatebe, can you please come in? Honorable Hatebe. Free State Provincial Legislature, Chair of Chairs. It looks like is not present on. Can we go to the second presentation? Honorable N.L. Mekwe, Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ntombi Mihwe.
Good day, Honorable Member. On behalf of the Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, Speaker had actually asked me to deliver the presentation on her behalf. She's in another meeting. If I can be granted that permission to do so, and then I will go ahead and introduce myself and project the presentation. Would that be in order?
Yes, Chair, she can continue.
Thank you.
You can continue, then Honorable Masondo is going to share the program.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Masondo. Greetings, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Advocate Chital Rupram. I am the Director in the Office of the Speaker at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and Honorable Speaker has granted me permission to deliver this presentation on her behalf. I'm not sure if colleagues can see my screen. I'm trying to project the presentation.
We can see your name, but I guess what we should do is ready to get going, given the limitations of time. Please proceed. I mean, if you can't put it on the screen, please.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you. Maybe Jocelyn can also project for me on my behalf. I'm not sure why the presentation is not reflecting. It was then circulated in the meeting pack. So the purpose of this presentation is on GPL's development policy oversight focus to effectively oversee the accelerated implementation of the province's development policy priorities. In this presentation, we are covering the GCR 5 major cities, Gauteng's population density, the GGT 2030 Growing Gauteng Together, GPL's vision, mission, and strategic objectives, GPL's development policy, oversight focus, challenges, recommendations, and conclusions. If the meeting may so allow, I'm not sure due to time constraints if I should go through the presentation in verbatim or I should just focus on the area of the policy priorities, the challenges, and the recommendations.
The focus is supposed to be on challenges and opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Just focus on those areas.
Thank you. I will focus on that. In terms of GPL's development policy oversight focus, the GPL uses various tools of oversight to oversee the province's development focus. These include a set of comprehensive tools developed by the GPL, adopted by the legislative sector, and internal arrangements of the GPL. The sector oversight model, known as SOM, questions to the executive, motions, and committee inquiries are amongst the key tools of oversight the GPL uses to hold the executive accountable. Through its standardized oversight, accountability, and reporting framework, the GPL has developed customized oversight formats by which all GPG departments and entities report on standardized focus areas. These focus areas include, amongst others, the development priorities of each specific portfolio. The SOM model is given effect to through the GPL Committee's Oversight and Accountability Framework, COVAC, whereby committees of the House are themselves overseen and monitored for their implementation of the oversight mandates that they are expected to discharge. Further, the GPL is extending its development-orientated focus into the sector by leading the sector-wide standardization of the oversight formats and processes. These mechanisms, processes, and procedures foster accountability on the side of the executive and enhance the oversight regime by committees of the House on all areas related to executive performance, including GPG development priorities and associated focus areas. Functions of oversight is the next heading. The function of oversight within the South African legislative sector context entails to detect and prevent abuse, arbitrary behavior, or illegal and unconstitutional conduct on the part of the government and public agencies, to hold the government to account in respect of how taxpayers' money is used, to ensure that policies announced by the government and authorized by Parliament are implemented, and to improve the transparency of government operations, thereby enhancing public trust in the government, which in itself is a prerequisite for effective policy delivery. The GPL Oversight and Accountability Framework focuses on, as alluded to above, the legislature uses several tools to discharge this mandate, which include, amongst others, the Standardized Oversight, Accountability and Reporting Framework, the committee system as an accountability mechanism, and questions to the executive, motions, resolutions, committee inquiries, and committee inquiries. The implementation of the tools is governed by the rules of the legislature and relevant legislation. The glue that holds the execution of the oversight mandate together is known as the SOM model. The sector oversight model of the South African legislative sector, loosely referred to as SOM, has evolved from the GPL's own program, evaluation and budget analysis methodology. SOM is currently used by the sector as a guide for conducting oversight. The development of the model came as a result of the Speakers Forum initiative during the 5th legislature to improve and enhance the legislative sector's performance on oversight. It further served to ensure a coordinated approach to the sector's application of oversight practice in each institution. The model introduced an oversight regime based less on institutional or political confrontation, but placing legislatures as a central component in the public service delivery machine. This approach means that legislatures' oversight role is exercised in pursuit of good government, thereby making legislatures bear some responsibility for the overall government performance. The next slide focuses on the budget cycle model and its mechanisms. I'm not going to go into detail on that slide. The following slides deal with committee inquiries and questions to the executive. I'm also not going to focus on that too much, but I am going to focus on the policy challenges and recommendations. So just moving to that slide. But I think before I get there, there's an important slide that I need to mention on the legislative imperatives. And for this, I'm going to focus on the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. So as part of improving its oversight processes, the GPL has passed the Money Bills Act in 2019, which will be implemented in a phased-in approach. Currently, a process of conducting a feasibility study for the implementation of legislation is underway. Amongst others, the study seeks to address internal arrangements related to the implementation of the bill, including resourcing capacity as well as structural arrangements. The legislation will be implemented in phases once proclamation is in place. Other legislative imperatives, amongst others, the GPL further asserts its oversight role through other legislative imperatives, inclusive of the scrutiny of subordinate legislation. A committee on the scrutiny of subordinate legislation was established in this regard. The role ensures that the GPL not only approves, but also monitors the implementation of attendant regulations and various legislation that has been passed. Recently, the GPL passed the Township Economy Development Bill to further contribute towards the achievement of the GGT 2030 priorities through the specific focus on the development of the township economy. The GPL also has its own self-monitoring oversight mechanism with the Oversight Committee on the Legislature and the Office of the Premier, known as OCPOL. Challenges. The challenges that have been highlighted are the following. It's the slow implementation of committee inquiry processes. It's the consideration and follow-up on the implementation of House resolutions, not at the desired level. It's the quality of responses to resolutions needed to be improved. It's resolution and closure of petitions. Slow or non-resolution of petitions remains a challenge. Slow delivery of services leading to community protests. The legislature must act proactively, connect with communities to identify and address service delivery issues from the ground. Oversight at times are too reactive, leading to service delivery collapse. Emphasis on full implementation of the standardized oversight formats. Recommendations going forward, there is a need for the legislature and the executive, including local government, to work together to achieve the development of development priorities. In its oversight work, the legislature can do better to ensure the delivery of priorities, working with like-minded oversight bodies. This includes Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, which play a complementary role to the legislature. The resolution of public petitions becomes very critical, low-hanging fruits for the legislature and government in general. Dependencies between state organs, which sometimes serve as a hindrance, can be smoothed up in the spirit of cooperative governance. The digitalization of public participation is being increased in order to remain relevant as part of the legislature of the future. The GPL continues to pursue public participation in its processes to ensure the improvement of the quality of lives of the people of Gauteng. Public participation helps in improving budget, accountability, and transparency, which are essential governance principles and values, thereby assisting in focusing government towards service delivery and development priorities. In conclusion, through the proactive and detailed oversight tools, procedures, and associated activities, the GPL keeps its finger on the pulse of the GPG policy priorities. At all strategic and annual planning processes, the GPL fine-tunes its oversight processes and focus areas to proactively oversee the executive achievement of these priorities in a portfolio-specific manner. By aligning its oversight processes to the provincial commitments, the GPL oversight processes are not merely generic, but rather adaptive and relevant to the achievement of the provincial priorities. Thus, the GPL's development policy oversight focus effectively oversees the accelerated implementation of the province's development policy priorities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rupal. I think we have, thank you very much, Advocate. I think we have taken us forward a bit. We'll now move on to the presentation by the Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Boyce. Honorable Boyce.
Greetings, LCOP Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, the Speaker of the National Assembly, all members from various provinces that are present. We have sent, Honorable Chair, our presentation. We have forwarded it to thank you so much. I want to start with a disclaimer that we were prepared to present, Chair, in the topic that was first given to us, but we later had to change. But nonetheless, we will present that as part of our introduction about what has happened in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, starting on the week that began on the 11th of April, where we experienced heavy rains and floods that led to loss of lives in the province. Most districts were hit. I know that we all know that eThekwini was the hard hit district, but also districts like Ugu, Ilembe, Umgungundlovu, King Ejwayo, and others were hit at various decrease. The report that we have received from the side of government that is showing that above 443 people have, around 443 people have reported death, whilst there is still 63 missing. This goes without saying because we have noticed it in the national media that thousands of homes were damaged and others destroyed. But importantly, critical infrastructure, including major roads, were affected. Currently, the N2 is hard affected. When you are going to the northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, you have to go through various roads that are detouring you from the main road as we know it. This then has led to us being declared a disaster last night by the president, a national disaster. But importantly for the legislature, this has presented to us a new dynamic, especially a negative impact on the legislature programmatic oversight work, whilst also affecting the economy, the social patterns and governance and governance priorities throughout the province. That is why the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal has arranged to have a special sitting tomorrow, the 20th, to allow the Premier to make a statement on the province's response to the disaster, so that we are able to follow up as a legislature on the commitments that the Premier will table before the House, and also ensure that we are part of the response to the disaster. We are going to have that special sitting and allow the Premier to make the statement. We will follow that with a multi-party delegation to visit areas that are hard hit by floods later this week, including all districts that are affected, but also coordination of immediate relief in the form of clothes and food to affected communities. This we are doing, Chair, in response to what was raised in the National Speakers Forum last week, that as legislatures, we must also be part. And we want to thank the Gauteng Provincial Legislature that has also started to communicate with us in this regard. But ongoing oversight on frontline departments tasked with providing relief to the affected communities, as well as the rebuilding of the infrastructure, is ongoing, especially the Department of Social Development, Transport, Culture, Human Settlements, Education, and others. But we are also hoping that at a national level, there would be a program that would assist with the national departments, as we heard that most of the funding would be kept at the national level, including how we resolve the issue of the traveling between the metro, that is Durban, and the South Coast and Eastern Cape, because the only mode of accessing the airport from that side, which is south of Durban, is going through the N2, which is currently impacted negatively. We also appreciate that whilst the national state of disaster has been declared, there also have been a gradual decrease in the provincial budget, including the one of the legislature, which has brought to us new implications, Honorable Chair. We may not necessarily have adequate funding to execute the oversight mandate in respect of the disaster, because we were still grappling with the COVID-19 disaster that have also affected us severely as a province. But we also know that funding from the national provincial budget may not be adequate to respond to the current disaster, because the province was still on the process of rebuilding mostly infrastructure that was affected by the 2021 July riots, including the COVID-19. Chair, KwaZulu-Natal have had a lot of schools that were destroyed during the July protest last year. That was also a challenge to fix, because we know that the budget for the province of KwaZulu-Natal and also the Department of Education has gone down, which is as a result of the national economic situation that we're finding ourselves. But we have been participating on oversight, and we have ensured that our oversight is in line with the Provincial Planning Commission's program, and also from there, we developed our own oversight plan. As an institution, the KZN legislature's overall oversight agenda is primarily the implementation of the National Development Plan, and we have taken advantage of the existence of the Provincial Planning Commission housed in the Office of the Premier to ensure that there is a seamless planning regime and target from the NDP to the Provincial Growth Development Plan, right through to the departmental strategic and annual performance plans. This we have done, including this year when we went to our own review of the strat plan for the term. We ensured that we get the Planning Commission to be part of the presenters so that we are able to trace and follow how far they are going. But since the 4th and 5th terms, we have been gradually introducing and mainstreaming committee performance plans known as annual oversight plans. These AOPs are an opportunity of better implementing the sector oversight model mechanisms in a more structured and measurable way. We started in the 4th term, and we have been doing that more in the 5th term, and even in this particular term, we have continued to do that. We have ensured that our strategic objective on oversight states that we will provide efficiency and research-driven oversight. From a design point of view, our strategy requires that the advisory team supporting committees, especially research and economic and budget content advisors, develop oversight priorities that are drawn from the NDP PGDP, as well as also going further to analyze the priorities that are expressed in the State of the Province Address, catalytic projects that are stated probably by government in the PGDP, emerging service delivery needs that has included what has come out as a result of the disaster, starting with the COVID-19 disaster and the 2021 July riots, as well as the current disaster, which was a natural disaster that has befallen our province. We have ensured that we analyze them and are able to work, as I have indicated at the opening. But also the alignment between departmental annual performance plans and the NDP, PGDP, and SOPA, so that we don't have the departmental annual performance plans not really speaking to what is envisaged by the NDP nor by the PGDP, as well as what the Premier might have put forth in his State of the Province address. Whilst we were doing that, we of course we faced some of the challenges, Chair. One of the critical challenges in conducting outcomes-based oversight and working of baseline information and statistics is our inadequate research capacity. KwaZulu-Natal legislature doesn't have that full research capacity. We still have committees that do not have dedicated researchers. This has been done because of the funding, as you find that some of the posts are not funded that are found in our own structure. To address this challenge, though, we are forging structured and better focused partnerships with academic institutions, Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, to complement the information we receive from States SA and Provincial Planning Commission. We have a very close relationship with the States SA, and as well as we are now working closely with institutions, especially University of KwaZulu-Natal, and as well as Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. We are already having to meet for the second time with the National Public Service Commissioner to ensure that we access that information, and our lack of funds and resources to employ researchers doesn't impact heavily on us. But there is also another challenge that we are facing, which is the poor alignment between ourselves and the Parliament's program. Legislature take time and effort in developing their programs, but unfortunately, there are often moments when, with short notices or at last minute, the National Parliament or NCOP comes with a variation in focus, which detracts from a well thought out program of the legislature. This happens for good reasons. We understand it's for good reason, but we feel that if there could be real alignment, we would achieve our objectives, all of us. We also propose that there be prior engagements at conception levels to ensure adequate support and cooperation from the province. Whilst we are really up or raising these, we also must appreciate that there is cohesion at the National Speakers Forum. But the request is that such cohesion be reflected at operational levels between national and provincial legislatures. This we are saying in a good spirit, but we feel that it will assist us in achieving or overcoming our challenges. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. The reason really why I allowed the speaker boys to speak longer is because the issue of the floods and the disaster declared by the president yesterday is work that all of us are expected to address. This, of course, includes also the fact that it's not just KZN, it's also part of the Eastern Cape. There are also possible issues in the Free State and possibly Northwest. So I gave a bit of time so that we should not lose out on any new information, part of the program that they are already embarking on, and that whatever may have been said here, because of its implication to the work that we do generally, may enrich our discussion even further. Thank you very much. We will then move on to the next presentation. And that will come from the Northern Cape. Honorable Cluster.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson of the session, and greetings to the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Also greetings to the Speaker of National Parliament, all members on the virtual platform. Honorable Chairperson, the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature customized the sector oversight model was adopted already in 2012 for the Northern Cape to also make provision for oversight over municipalities. The Provincial Legislature also needed to become more proactive, doing oversight in advance, anticipating problems by using APPs, the agency reports, less committee room, and instead more site visit-based oversight is imperative. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, quantitative indicators, for an example, outputs such as the number of oversight reports produced, rather than outcomes and impacts, prevent real insight into the efficacy of the legislature in terms of its core mandates. This also then includes, Chairperson, the contracting of departments. The majority of contracts between the committees and relevant departments were not signed, remaining in a draft form. They were not used and were subsequently deleted. Over the course of the first legislature, Honorable Chairperson and members, resolutions of the House were not communicated timelessly to the executive. It is furthermore apparent from the performance review that executive responses to House resolutions were not tracked and qualitatively analyzed against performance indicators. No data existed in terms of resolutions remaining open versus closed against the total number of House resolutions per committee. This significantly constrained empirical evaluation of the impact of oversight as far as executive accountability and service delivery against matrix like the NDP outcomes or impact indicators was concerned. Honorable Chairperson, an innovative vision came along with the sixth administration led by our Premier, Honorable Dr. Semani Sol, that of building a modern, growing and successful province. The vision of the sixth legislature itself could not be left behind and was thus reviewed so as to align to the vision of an administration that the legislature is mandated to oversee. Guided by the leadership in the legislature, along with the political leadership also, provided the strategic direction of the legislature for this 5-year term. In the main, the policy priorities identified and adopted at the commencement of the 6th legislature serve to identify the desired impacts that the sector must achieve, which largely speaks on addressing the topic at hand. The 6th legislature, in its attempt to be a proactive legislature, developed its vision, that of leaving a legacy of being a modern, inspirational, responsive, proactive, and activist legislature, advancing the aspirations of the people of the Northern Cape, coupled with its key policy priorities, which also aim to enhance public involvement to deepen and entrench people-centered democracy, to enhance the impact of laws passed to improve the achievement of state policy outcomes, to strengthen the oversight role of the legislature over the executive, to ensure the implementation of the NDP economic transformation and improved service delivery, to also modernize and enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of frameworks, systems, mechanisms, policies, processes, and services for optimal functioning of the legislature, to deepen international engagement on a national platform, and also then to strengthen cooperative governance. Honorable Chairperson, these above-mentioned policy priorities are significantly aligned to the NDP impact indicators for 2030, which intends to eliminate income poverty, that is to reduce the proportion of households. The legislature, in achieving its policy priorities holistically, cannot operate in silence, in silos, and thus considered developmental policies of the 3 spheres of government in order to enable it to effectively oversee the accelerated implementation of the province's development policy priorities. The 6th legislature has explicitly prioritized oversight during its term of office. The significance of oversight in achieving the key priorities of the NDP can never be downplayed. Honorable Chairperson, Makiva 2070 supports this brief statement by stating that parliamentary portfolio committees are engine rooms in legislatures, as the key role includes ensuring policy objectives are met through effective implementation by the executive branch and state-owned enterprises, quality oversight, and enforced accountability. Chairperson, while the world is still grappling with the devastating effects of COVID-19, our legislature arm of government has also not been spared. The envisaged fiscal oversight visits that had to be altered largely affected effective oversight and full accountability over the executive arm of government. COVID-19 pandemic brought with it adjustments to new technologies, virtual engagements, and exerted pressure on our members. However, Chairperson, our members remain committed to fulfill one of our constitutional mandate and top policy imperative, that of strengthening the oversight role of the legislature over the executive, while navigating through the key priority of modernizing the effectiveness and efficiency of frameworks, systems, mechanisms, policies, processes, and services to ensure the optimal functioning of our institution. Amongst the major challenges in respect to oversight by the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature are the vast distances of our province. Although, Chairperson, we may be the smallest province in terms of population, minimal resources and expertise at the members' disposal, an effective house resolution tracking system is needed, which we envisage will be sourced within this current financial year. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, in striving to effectively oversee the accelerated implementation of the Northern Cape Province's key development policy priorities, that of social, economic, and ethical governance, the legislature's oversight machinery is one that is constantly seeking to overcome the challenges that persist. Our legislature remains steadfast on realizing the vision of the 6th administration, that of a modern, inspirational, responsive, proactive, and activist legislature that advances the aspirations of the people of the Northern Cape. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will now proceed to the next presentation by Honorable Danki from the Northwest. Honorable Danji.
Thank you very much, Chair of the SOP, the Deputy Chair, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the collective of the members of the legislature and members of parliament. Let me also appreciate the opportunity to be part of the participants in this regard, but echo the same sentiment, Honorable Chair, as the Speaker of KZN, because what was submitted or sent to us in terms of the presentation that is expected is not necessarily what is currently now in the agenda. But I'll also try to navigate and be relevant to what we currently see in the agenda. I've also highlighted that to the Deputy Chair of the National Assembly and shared the letter that I received on what I must present, but I will really navigate.
Yes, I can see very well.
Oversight.
Honorable, thank you. Your picture is like sideways.
It's upside down.
So what we need to do is to, yeah, thank you very much. Now that's how we would like to see you.
It's good for technology. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Oversight is premised on the fact that there can never be any democratic system of government without transparency and accountability. The primary responsibility of oversight and accountability falls squarely on the doorsteps of legislatures. Through this core function, the legislatures and the parliament hold the executive accountable on behalf of the people. It ensures that government policies and actions are both efficient and meet the needs of our people. Legislature's oversight is also important in checking any wasteful, fruitless, unauthorized expenditure on the side of government on behalf of our people. The Northwest Provincial Legislature Development Policy Oversight focus on accountability is as follows. The legislature adopted a strategy on engaging robustly with provincial departments in endeavor to hold the executive members accountable. This is done through regular appearance of these departments before committees of the legislature. In implementing of the sector oversight model, we have customized the model to suit all the committees of the legislature during the fifth administration, and we are still continuing in that program. The main focus on the implementation of projects and programs outlined in the departmental annual performance plans, with special focus being on those areas identified as key policy priorities of government, guided by the provincial NDP programs, of course. Special focus and time is also spent more on the following in terms of committees, engagement, and departments and office of the Premier, education, provision of health infrastructure, inclusive rural economic growth, given the rural nature of our province, strengthening good governance and ensuring adherence to the principles of Watupili, road infrastructure, renewal and resuscitation of sustainable municipalities capable of delivering quality services to the people, building capacity for sustainable developmental state, inclusive growth that creates jobs, fighting corruption in all its forms. In order to achieve all the above, the Northwest Provincial Legislature employed strategies that includes engagement with communities through public hearings, oversight visit to government projects during the Urubone oversight weeks, debates and questions to the executive and petition. However, we are not doing very well as the legislature in terms of processing and attending to the petitions submitted by the public due to the weaknesses observed in the responsible committee. In broadening our constitutional obligations to involve the public, the legislature engages regularly by holding community meetings during oversight weeks. The public also follows the legislature events and make comments on social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and community radio slots. At strategic level, The legislature engages with key strategic stakeholders through sectoral parliaments, targeting those sectors that are key in the economic growth of the province, including the most important sector in the province, the sector Yamahosi. Further engagement with municipalities are done through committees of the legislature and the Provincial Speakers Forum to share best practices and empower one another. All these activities strengthen the oversight and accountability role of the legislature. Through these activities, we are able to track progress on policy implementation and raise red flags whenever challenges are raised. Plans are underway to reintroduce the reconciliation, healing, and renewal in the drive to improve spiritual healing and social cohesion. The legislature will also continue to implement Basadire Ahasi Shaba program, taking the legislature to the people and engage with the legislature as part of speakers outreach programs. And on the impact of COVID-19, Honorable Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic that led to the country being put on the state of national disaster in 2020 brought about its dynamic challenges in the core business of the legislature. It forced all of us to think out of the box, move out of comfort zones, and face the reality of the new order. This could only be achieved through innovation and strategic approach to the new normal, as the situation became that of business unusual. The pandemic did not, however, allow us any space nor grant us the right to deviate from our constitutional imperatives. We had to find ways to carry on with our responsibilities. On this one, we also want to thank and appreciate the role and the engagement at the level of the National Speakers Forum, because we are all mostly guided through the engagement at that level. And in this regard, the legislature adopted new sets of rules that will allow the meetings on the legislature and its committees to be held visually and in certain instances through hybrid system. To strike a balance, we had to allow a limited number of stakeholders to log in live during meetings, while majority of the public had to follow through our Facebook page. These new methods of operation worked well despite its own challenges. The rolling ESCOP blackouts, load shedding, made matters worse, as with it came network connectivity challenges, etc. The positive lessons learned from this pandemic was that most staff can be more productive working from home, whilst others perform better in their workplace or in their offices. Working from home made the institution to make a lot of savings in telephone bills, electricity, water, catering, transport, and many other aspects. And in this, something requires more thought in developing future strategies to improve our work. That is one of the silver linings out of the COVID-19, the realization of the power of technology. And some of the key challenges experienced in our oversight is the well-known fact that legislatures across the country varies in membership sizes. Yet they are all expected to perform, Honorable Chair, equal work of overseeing equal numbers of departments and interacting with the same number of bills from the National Parliament. This on its own is a challenge, as members from smaller provinces or legislatures like Northwest becomes overstretched and overloaded with work. They will often have time to even revisit or make follow-ups on some of the decisions they took. Even worse, they cannot cover all the departments, municipalities, and government entities without struggling for time. Although the Northwest population keeps on growing, therefore justifying the increase in the number of seats in the legislature, the process to amend the Electoral Act to give effect to this needs urgent attention and implementation, Honorable Chair, is very urgent. Some of the challenges and weaknesses we face today as the legislature also summarized as follows. On oversight implementation of laws, in terms of section 114 subsection 2 of the Constitution, the legislature is required to maintain oversight over provincial executive organs of state, including implementation of legislation. The legislation referred to in this regard includes both legislation enacted by Parliament or provincial legislatures. The legislature is already overstretched in terms of its workload. One of the major challenges for the legislature is that the committees responsible for the legislative review is non-functional and or perform poorly. As a result, there are more important developmental laws that are not being monitored to ensure that they are implemented. We are mainly or mostly focusing on the laws that are initiated by the executives. While our rules makes provision of private members' bill, this remains just a dream for as long as there's lack of capacity, both for members and staff, to draft laws. As a result of that, we always have to rely on laws drafted by the executive, as I initially highlighted. On gender issues, whilst there's an attempt always to make in reaching out this sector through sectoral outreach program called Basadi Rehasi Chaba, which will serve as a feed to the portfolio committee on health and social development. Issues affecting gender end up not getting much attention, and policies therefore are not followed through, as it's often challenges of time for committees. Like I've indicated above, we are very few, only 19 members of the legislature. The Department of Social Development is doing its best to address some of the challenges affecting women and children, as well as persons with disabilities. Most committees are clustered, and with only limited 19 members, nothing much can be achieved. One of the major challenges in this regard is that gender issues are mostly not budgeted by the relevant departments. Oversight on municipalities. The local sphere of government is not treated the same when it comes to oversight. Their system is not the same as that of the legislatures and national parliament. Once the introduction of MPECs was aimed at addressing this challenge, many MPECs in the provinces do not enjoy the support they require. They are not properly resourced, and often their reports are not taken seriously at council meetings. This is one area that needs to be relooked and strengthened. The role of SALGA, Honorable Chair, is as far as it relates to the role clarification, intergovernmental relations between the three spheres of government, reporting mechanisms, and their participation in provincial legislatures is one area that needs to be clearly defined. Most of the current councillors are new, and their interpretation of some of these provisions of the laws relating to these issues often causes unnecessary tensions between the provincial government, legislatures, and municipalities, especially Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Lack of synchronization of oversight between the calendar of the provincial legislatures and that of national parliament. In most instances, Chair, Parliament and provincial legislatures exercises oversight over the same provincial organs of state. However, there is no collaboration between the two institutions, and this increases necessary pressure over the organs of the state, as they have to provide same reports over and over again, when they could have provided same reports to oversight bodies sitting together. In concluding remarks, Chair, we really want to plead that Parliament and NCOP must at all times engage with the relevant committees or the legislatures and synchronize in terms of the programs, because it's really a challenge to us as the legislatures. For instance, the meeting of today is on Tuesday. Normally we have our sittings on Tuesday. It means if we had a sitting today, we could have not been part of this very important activity, since we also received an invitation very late. And on the inaugural implementation since 2014-2019, on the provincial development plan to date, government has made strides in ensuring the achievement of its policy priorities. Visible and tangible achievements are in education, agriculture, social development, and health, to mention the few. We have observed this during our oversight and engagement with the Auditor General, that there's a progress in those departments, and we really want to appreciate that. Despite the oversight challenges posed above, we are satisfied that much has been done to improve the lives of our people in the province. Today is far better than yesterday, and we will continue to work even harder for an even more better tomorrow. As a small-sized legislature, one must also appreciate all efforts and cooperation that members continue to demonstrate over the years in creating better communities. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will now move on to the last presentation by Honorable Mnansela. Honorable Mnansela.
Sihlalo. Sihlalo, siyabulisa Jona Koloni.
Please proceed.
Let me activate my camera. Okay. Now you can see me. I'm here. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Cabinet Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Deputy Speaker of the National Council of the National Assembly, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Premiers, Speakers of provincial legislatures, my colleagues here, members of the executive, deputy speakers of provincial legislatures, house chairpersons, honorable members of National Assembly, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, and honorable members of the provincial legislatures, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institutions, South African Local Government Association, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak in this very important subject, which is themed the strengthening the three-sphere planning, coordination, and oversight through a targeted policy focus for accelerated implementation, but more specifically, Honorable Chairperson, on a delineated perspective of the provincial legislature's role in the development policy oversight, and of course, to effectively oversee the accelerated implementation of the province's development policy priorities. Honorable Chairperson, in the Western Cape, we've got the Saldanha Industrial Development Zone, we've got Atlantis Special Economic Zones. We have, of course, programs by municipalities, and over and above, we've got an annual program of MERO and PERO, and that is Municipal Economic Review Outlook, that is MERO, and PERO is Provincial Economic Review Outlook. And those are the programs that, Honorable Chair, harness the economic drivers of the province in order to support all the 5 districts in the Western Cape, and of course, the single metro of Cape Town. And our district is the West Coast, is the Central Karoo, the Garden Route District, the Cape Winelands District, and of course, the Overberg District Municipality, with the 24 local municipalities, and of course, the metro as I indicated. So our responsibility as the provincial parliament is to ensure that we are not visitors in ensuring that the policy priorities and of course the constitutional provisions are not undermined by parliament assuming the role of being a spectator. So our legislative mandate of lawmaking oversight over the affairs of the executive and its organs of state in terms of Section 114 continue to be robustly attended to, as well as public participation and public involvement in terms of Section 118 of the National Constitution. We have, of course, also employed technological interventions in our quest to strengthen the noble idea of the 3 spheres of planning, coordination, and oversight in order to ensure an inclusive and much more equal access to our legislative processes. it will not be correct, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to have Parliament that does not include the inhabitants in what it does. So in the build-up to the 7th Parliament, we have really upped our game of planning to fully digitize the plenary, as well as to ensure that our programs and our way of doing business internally continues to be paperless as a Parliament. Concerning oversight, we have also ensured that we augment our plenary programs in a way that encourages members of Parliament to be fully au fait with the systems that we used, that they are being trained continuously, and our personnel of the provincial parliament are continuously skilled and reskilled in this area of work, because this is a very important work that we have to do. But also, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members, one of the biggest mistakes that one can make is to assume that the work of Parliament will only happen in the committees, and also forgetting the fact that committees are an extension of the work of the plenary. So we need, as part of ensuring that there's continuous oversight and robust oversight, committee reports must be tabled and discussed in the House in order for the biggest committee, and that is the plenary, to articulate its views on the work of oversight which is done over the government departments, and of course through the executive that leads its department portfolio. And that, Honorable Chairperson, enables us to ensure that we capture the voices of the downtrodden and the poor in our communities, so that their voices are heard. Otherwise, we'll continue to represent ourselves and our empty jackets in Parliament, and that cannot be correct. We have further adopted directives that allow for the submissions of petitions and recording of executive undertakings, Honorable Chairperson, not just to submit the committees, but there's nothing else. Once the petitions have been submitted, we then ensure that the recordings of the undertakings by the executive are done pursuant to the work that members of Parliament must then do following that process, in order to ensure that the executive is held to account on the issues that are raised by the communities that we represent. We are also moving towards research-based oversight in ensuring that the impact and improvements brought by the Western Cape government to the communities is not just a compliance issue or just a box ticking exercise. You will recall, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable speakers and colleagues here, that when we met last week in the National Speakers Forum, one of the things we touched on, which the Auditor General touched on quite significantly, Ms. Malulek, said that the issue of clean audits vis-a-vis the quality of service delivery in some of the provinces and municipalities, it's a debate that we need to have. How do you marry clean audits, which is a very good instrument that South Africa, in fact, has once come up with? We must never downplay the significance of that. But how do we marry that, Honorable Chairperson, with the quality of services on the ground? And I think that's a reality that we must deal with, that we must not downplay that, but at the same time, not to over-celebrate the clean audits at the expense of quality oversight and of course, quality service delivery on the ground. So the infusion of technology and digitization into lawmaking becomes inevitable. Thus, we have moved in ensuring that we expand our public participation processes, including the ability to partake in such processes while one is seated in the comfort of their home, that they are able to participate as we're doing now. I'm here, you are there, and everybody is sitting where they are, and yet we're engaging. Yes, we know that COVID-19 has disturbed us, but this is one of the things that we have learned. So the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we're in a process of procuring a zero-rated data service platform, which will enable the Western Cape citizens, Honorable Chairperson, to participate not only in the public participation program, but also in the work in general of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament at zero rate, paying nothing, because we cannot expect people to choose between milli-meal and buying data and airtime. I mean, choosing between buying bread and jam and butter and buying airtime because they must listen to members of parliament speak to them. The reality, if we think that's going to happen, we must forget and take our backs. So what we need to be doing, Honorable Chair, is to do what the KZN Provincial Parliament has done. I visited them recently, and I must say that, Honorable Madam Speaker, boys, and that program of yours there through the network service providers, where you've partnered in particular with MTN in this regard, that is something that is plausible and well done in this regard. So the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is seeking to adopt similar approaches, and that is of course something that I think the whole 6th Parliament must strive to achieve, and as we move to the 7th Parliament. Because we have said in this Parliament, as the legislative sector, we will learn from each other and share best practices. And of course, this enhances our intra-parliamentary relations, and of course, the international and the inter-parliamentary relations in terms of our international relations. But it cannot be correct, Chair, that we only speak about these things when we go to the CPA Africa region or CPA CPC international. Recently, we were asked to go to Tanzania. In fact, I was asked to present a paper in how we have been able to digitize Parliament. As you all know, that the Western Cape Provincial Parliament led the way in ensuring that the digital Parliament is the way to go, by completely going virtual in the beginning of the lockdown in 2020. And of course, we then implemented the hybrid sessions, and this provincial parliament prides itself having done this with the help of our administration, because we're as strong as the administration that we have employed. On September 2021, on the 21 of September 2021, we launched Tetanati program, which revolutionized our public participation mechanism. This allows citizens of the Western Cape Province, the opportunity to engage with the elected representatives on the different occasions and topics, but more on teaching them how they can use the Western Cape Provincial Parliament effectively in airing their frustrations, channeling them, using useful tools that are lawful and constitutional, instead of banning a school because somebody needs a house, and some banning a clinic because they say we need a library. So that kind of madness is something that has led us to say we've got to do something, and let us launch something called Tetanati, which simply means Bualin, Kulumanat, Pratmet ons, talk to us. Now, Honorable Chairperson, as I try to wrap up, please allow me to say that through this platform, we have regularized our public education and outreach workshops, where the whole public participation mechanism as the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is now housed under this Tetanati program, where members of parliament also are able to interface with stakeholders in their communities. And in this way, we are not viewed as tourists, as visitors in our constituencies, as members of parliament, but we are viewed as partners in a way that will allow us. If there's a protest, Honorable Chairperson, I'm sure you can ask all the members of the NCOP and of course in the NA, whether are they able to go and stop the protest by engaging the people. The question is, we only call the police. Did people vote for the police? Did people vote for the army? You hear members, oh, call the army, call the police. Did people vote for the army and the police? And that is because our relationship with stakeholders that we lead is not at the level where there's trust relationship that has migrated to being able to have the bona fide interest. When people call on us or we call on them to stop something, they know that no, these ones we trust. So I know that the picture sounds a bit rosy, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done, Honorable Chairperson. Everything that I've said here, it simply illustrates to you and the honorable members here that there is no panacea to resolving our problems. Public participation remains key in our business if we want to work together to resolve problems confronting our country on the development agenda. And that is including our people in whatever we do, so that we develop and improve trust relations with those that we lead. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact in the manner in which we conduct our business. And of course, adopting models that will enhance the role of involving people in the changing environment. It's something that is very key in the work that we do. It further necessitated adjustment to both the business and operating models, including workplace policies, systems, and practices. That now we have to trust our employees, that when they say they are working, that they are working, whether they're having coffee as they press their computer, it's none of our business. If they go to the shopping mall and come back and still deliver on the job that they have to deliver on the day, that's what we need to trust. Instead of counting hours now, we have realized that we need to count tasks, not just working hours. And that is something that I must say that most of the parliaments in the Western, in the legislative sector, most of the legislators have been able to employ that. The profoundly disruptive effects of COVID-19 has allowed us to change things and go towards ensuring that we implement anti-IT enabled environment in line with our objectives of transition to a modern parliament. Honorable Chairperson, but also this is in taking into account the use of private information, the use of critical and safe information that would otherwise not be exposed to the cybersecurity risks. And of course, in respect of the POPI Act, and those are some of the things that the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has been alert to. I must say that an agile approach which requires specific skills in order to thrive in the VUCA world as part of the fourth industrial revolution had been the approach that we needed to adopt. The world is very volatile. There's uncertainties, there's need for complex decisions, and of course, ensure that we're able to move swiftly in a world of ambiguity. Our current operating environment and existing skill set in a sector of a whole that has brought into question the appropriateness of the supporting infrastructure and facilities in a future of world of work. It means what we knew yesterday, Honorable Chairperson, may not necessarily be what we know today, because we now realize that the world that we knew is no longer the same. In fact, most of it does not exist. What exists now is that we need to do things differently if we want to achieve different results. So accelerated technology adoption and penetration in society, driven by the growth in digital technologies in line with the fourth industrial revolution trends, has brought into focus the question of how legislators can effectively interact with the public. And this is something that is key, Honorable Chair. And as I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I want to say that initially I was given almost an hour to present, and then I was told later that I've got 15 minutes. So I've tried to compress my presentation into the 15 minutes allocated to me. Let me say, thank you very much for this opportunity. And of course, the key to this message is that if we want to move swiftly and move closer to the 2030 agenda of the National Development Plan, we really need to do things differently. And of course, we need to ensure that we use the NCOP, Honorable Chairperson, especially when we need to intervene using the Section 139 of the Constitution, and how best can this work. But of course, the members of the National Council of Provinces who are permanent delegates in provinces, in the provincial legislatures, we need to use them more, because rules have made provision, for instance, in my case, for them to participate in the in the House business as we debate matters, but also in the committee business without the ability to vote. But that is not an issue. So we need to use them, and I know that other members, other legislators use them in order to ensure that we use this space, because the NCOP is exactly what it should be. The council that represents all of us as provinces, where matters are debated there firsthand, emanating from provinces as the issues arise in the various constituencies. So I want to say, Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. And of course, to say that this should not be one last opportunity, it should be one of many. And perhaps have focus groups that will ensure that each committee or cluster of committees is able to conduct its own programs in this regard, in order to harness the role of the National Council of Provinces. And provinces will have a different attitude, because some of the things about the program, for instance, that will come to us at a very short notice, and then we have to adapt. Even this notice to come here, it came at a very short notice, but I am here because I want to support you, Chair, and I want to support the members of the National Council of Provinces and represent my parliament and the members that elected me as Speaker. Siyabonga Stalo, Rialebuha, siyabulela. May God bless you. Thank you. It seems your line is frozen, Chair.
It seems as if the chairperson has been, the issue of load shedding is now.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you,
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much to all the speakers that made inputs. I don't know whether it will assist if we continue now and have some discussion because of the load shedding. I'm just worried about that. So members will guide me whether we should rather conclude now or should we still engage. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
You are audible, May Mutulastu.
I was a bit worried because it was so quiet. Members can just indicate whether there is some they want to engage in discussion. I think we still have a few minutes before our systems begin to give us trouble because of the load shedding.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Ngwenya. Chair,
Yes,
I'm looking.
Honorable Ngwenya. Can you hear, Honorable Ngwenya? Honorable Ngwenya. Honorable members, are you still there? Honorable members?
We are still here, Chair.
Oh,
still
I
here.
thought the problem, because we are also having load shedding, I thought the problem is on my side.
It's everywhere.
I want to propose that we now then close the session. We are planning to have a follow-up session because we still have to engage the local sphere of government. But because of the load shedding and also because of the time, we didn't want the sessions to be so extended. That is why we didn't, for today, put in asterisks, but we want to engage them also to actually do for a complete picture of our planning. So I just want to make the following closing remarks, if I am allowed. Let me firstly thank all of you for having raised this very important session under the theme of strengthening three-sphere planning, coordination, and oversight through a targeted policy focus for accelerated implementation. I should say personally, we welcome your introspective and analytical inputs. And I think particularly with regards to the oversight, the inputs of the speakers will be very, very helpful. But we also want to appreciate all the different inputs from the executive of the different provinces to give us in actual fact a picture. But also we've been experiencing that we've got very good plans, that we've got very good policies, but there is always the link with regards to implementation. And that is the reason why we thought if we sit together, it might be that in a coordinated way, we might achieve what we want to achieve. Through our sectoral work, we seek to seize the opportunity to embark on strong oversight that is vigorous and outcome-based, coupled with effective public involvement processes. We seek to tighten Parliament's role in monitoring and evaluating executive undertakings to be more effective in tracking the implementation of the policies and programs and to strengthen our planning and oversight through a targeted policy focus. Our plans must be supported by better communication, I agree, through our processes, better coordination, and an emphasis on deliverables. We should create space on our programs on a quarterly basis to report back on key deliverables and progress made in implementing our key policy priorities. This report needs to be responsive to the issues raised in the SONA, in the SOPA, and in the district and local government commitments. And the reports must be able to communicate such deliverables effectively as part of giving expression to priorities committed to in the electoral mandate, the NDP, and the MTSF. We need to collectively and coherently focus on high impact deliverables, and we should also give considerable attention to provincial and local government in working together to develop the necessary competencies to guide service delivery and overall development. Through programs like these, we should seek to address our deficiencies in strengthening collaboration between the different spheres. We welcome all the inputs made here today and hope they will enrich our joint and integrated planning to accelerate policy implementation. As I said earlier, in the context of the disasters that continue to impact us, we need to examine how best to leverage development going forward, drawing from the lessons from these disasters. We also want to wish KwaZulu-Natal well, and we believe that through our coordinated processes and approach, we will be able to assist one another to respond to the disasters as it's come to us. So with that then done, let me once more express our appreciation and wish you well in all your endeavors. Thank you very much. We will adjourn the meeting now to call you to the next session where we will engage this local sphere of government. We thank you. So well, in the circumstances of load shedding.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Home Gale. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you very much,
Y'all.
Ms. Shiva. It's my own girl.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Honorable Maape. You must unmute, Premier. We can't hear you. You should unmute.
Thank you, Chair of the session. I'm also your homeboy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Kikuruman kwa kwa kwa. Thank you.